All right. Today is Saturday, May 13th, 2023. Once again, I slept late, but don't worry about it. Today, I'm going to be playing a few games, I guess, that I found on itch.io. This game, I saw on the itch.io homepage, where there's like popular games. I never tried it out. I don't know. I guess it seemed just kind of generic just from the thumbnail. Just like, I don't know, just a tentacle thing of holding a fork. I was like, doesn't look all that interesting. But then when you look at the game page, there's a Eldritch Abomination GF waifu. So like, should advertise that instead. Then I'd be more likely to play it. Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna try this out. I guess. I think it's I don't know. I don't know how much horror it has other than the Eldritch Abomination anime waifu. Apparently it's a comedy as well. So, it might be lighthearted. Who knows? I guess we'll see. But yeah, I'll play this one, and then I'll play, Animal Crossing Creepypasta, because why not? And then some other games. I guess we'll see. I don't know how long or how much time I'll have, but I guess we'll see. There's another game that came out recently, I guess, that looks okay. It's called Rosetta and the Well. Looks quite interesting. The art style though it's not bad, but it reminds me of those like weird gacha animations. It's very confusing. I don't know why it's called gacha, but gacha like animator, that template people use to make chibi characters, to make like really weird stories on YouTube. But it has a similar art style, but I don't know, it looks okay. Anyway, I guess we'll see. All right. So I guess I'll start with this one. Let me see if it can do a little introduction for the video. Drink some water. Let's see. I was gonna like think about how I'm gonna introduce this. It was like, may I take your order? Or visual novel developed by Alex is Royce. I believe that's the developer's name. Alex is Royce. Developed on itch.io. He plays a waiter. A couple of strange. Okay. So I'll be like, hello and welcome to May I Take Your Order, a short little visual novel developed by Alice is Royce, available on itch.io. And apparently, you play as a waiter who's serving a couple with strange tastes. I guess we'll see what happens. Low content warning though, this game is tagged as horror, so there may be some disturbing elements. Viewer discretion is advised. Let's start. Though I believe the game's also tagged as comedy, apparently, so it might be mostly lighthearted. I'm not sure. Alright, so application for employment. Alright, I've been filling out a few applications today, and this is the last one. I've been applying to work at restaurants all over. It might not seem glamorous, but I want to see how different places are run. If I want to open my own restaurant someday, it's crucial to see what does and doesn't work. That sounds like a bad idea. Isn't like the restaurant business one of the hardest businesses to run? At least according to what's that show, Hell's Kitchen? The one with Gordon Ramsay. A friend told me I should save my top pick for last, and I should really kick him for that. My hand's about to fall off. It's a pretty ritzy establishment, but comfortable. Fancy but not overpriced. Important clientele, but still kind and inclusive. If you can't make connections here, you're dead. Financially speaking. And the food, remarkable. I never heard of anyone ever having a bad meal there. I gotta know how they accomplish so much. So I try not to be nervous and fill this out like it's any other application. First name is, I guess I'll just say Slider. And every time, whenever there's a game, that asks for my name, I don't know, I feel like putting SighingSlider, the full name, just feels weird. So put Slider sounds at least a little bit like a nickname, Anyway. There you go, Slider. I filled my address and tried not to spread over my handwriting before getting to the personal section. Gender is not available. You see, I'm not human. No, okay. I'll just put I'm a dude. And I finished filling out the form. I capped the pen and leaned back in my chair. Man, it's nice to be done. Well, except for heading outside and turning them all in, one at a time. Better get used to it. Or better get to it, rather. Also, hello, Jose. The Streamlabs thing's not working, by the way. I don't know why. Why is it not working? I put in like a new like chat thing because I want to show emotes and whatnot, but it's not working. I want to troubleshoot it at the moment. Why is it not working? Refresh cache, maybe? I don't know. Hold on. Streamlabs. How do I log into Streamlabs? Widgets. Because what I do, I put a browser source chat box. Oh, okay, log in. At least log in. Let's go in, chat box. Should just do that. Copy URL, browser source. I just want to make sure this works. It's not working. Test. Test. Nothing's showing up. Yes. I switched to Streamlabs because I want emotes to show, Not showing. Why? No. Oh no. I'm just doing some technical difficulties. At least there's nice jazzy music in the background. Anyway, I'll probably edit this part out, obviously, but I don't know. I just want this to work. Why is it not working? I couldn't test it because YouTube chat is weird. You have to be actually live in order to check it, unlike Twitch. Any problems with YouTube streaming? Actually, is it showing up? And now it looks like it's showing up. Why is it showing up 5 years later? Oh, it's showing up. Wait, hold on. One more test. Test. It looks like it shows up 5 years later. Oh, it's there. I didn't see it. Okay. Did it appear the first time? Maybe it did appear. I didn't see it the first time. It just now it is. Yeah, okay. It's a little off though. I wish it was a little bit more to the left. I don't know there's a way to do that. It seems like for the chat box on Streamlabs, you can pick from a list of templates, so you can't really customize it very much as far as I know. I remember being able to customize it though. I don't know why. Maybe you can only do that on Twitch. I'm not sure. I don't know if there's a more custom way to do that. Anyway, whatever. Okay, it seems to be working now. I don't know. Maybe it did work the first time. I just didn't see it on the OBS preview because it was so small. Anyway, all right. I'm gonna for YouTube. I'm probably gonna. Oh, I mean, this is YouTube. I'm so used to saying YouTube, but for the video, I'll cut to this part. I have to drink a little bit more water. All right. 2 weeks later, and I'm waist deep in my first Saturday shift at the restaurant. Busy doesn't even begin to describe it. After 7 hours of the weekend rush, I'm ready to go home. By the way, we submit the application and got the job, by the way. We didn't even do an interview. Maybe that's just maybe that happened off screen. I stop at table 6 and go through the motions. Thank you for dining with us, sir. My name is Slider. It's a weird name, and I'll be your server this evening. He smiles at me. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Slider. Have you dined with us before, sir? Yes, indeed. I'm quite happy to be back. Just you this evening, sir? No, my girlfriend will be here shortly. I'll just have a cup of coffee while I wait for her. I'll go get that for you right away, then. You look like a hipster, by the way. I don't know, at least in modern fashion. It's because of the suspenders. Is that what it's called? Anyway. No rush. I mean, unless you're a detective, unless you're like a private investigator, you're not allowed to wear suspenders, I feel like. Because then you'd be called a hipster. I don't know. Countless families and couples have come and gone today, but for the past hour, that one guy's been calling up table 6. Are you doing alright, sir? He checks his watch again. Oh, yes, I mistook the time. Should be here any second. He's been saying that for the past 45 minutes. I tell him to pack it up and leave, but he doesn't have the look I expect of someone in his position. There's anxiety, but only a little bit, and there's no disappointment. Not a shred of doubt in his eyes. He really thinks. Excuse me. He looks up at me. It seems he's come to some sort of decision. Oh, thank goodness. But this is a restaurant with crayons, correct? Yes, sir. We have those for kids. Do they? Do they have crayons in restaurants? Do they actually carry crayons? Excellent. A string of ferocity enters his eyes, one that doesn't quite pair naturally with crayons. He's an artist. He really likes crayons. One, please, and red if you got it. Yeah, sure. I'm not about to argue with a customer, so I head to the front. It's not exactly usual, but the guy's been sitting here for half an hour with no phone. I'm caught between pity and irritation, and hope for the umpteenth time. He's enough empathy to tip well on the single cup of coffee he's been nursing. There's a small tin with several crayons. We try to keep fresh ones ready. I grab... Okay, you can choose rather. That's why I'm saving. We can give him the crayon that he wants, or you can give him the wrong one, just to troll him. Sure. Let's give him the wrong one. Out of sheer spite, I grab a blue crayon. Get wrecked. Look, I have to be here till all the customers leave, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. I bring the crayon back over to him and hand it over. Thank you, Mr. Slider. Look, I really appreciate if you could order something. I'm usually very good at customers, but this is seriously trying my patience. Him and his hipster suspenders. Now, look, I know you're probably having a rough night, but we're closing soon. No warning, no nothing. He knocks everything off the table and climbs right on. What the... Hey, what do you think you're doing? His deft hand scrawls a wide circle, then another, then sections off areas, slicing as though the crayon were a knife. He fills it with symbols. They look almost like zodiac signs. Homo sum homini hum nihil alienum puto. Nihil? Nihil. It's like I sit up too fast. There's a rushing to my head. There's a pressure, like my ears are going to pop. My UI broke. Can't do that. The tablecloth rips and there's a spray of sweet-smelling fluid. I leap away from the table as something bursts out. Good. Wet, spiked appendages are flailing all over, slapping and snaking their way over the windows and doors. They're fleshy but soft, too soft, and they mush and disfigure as they slam against everything in sight. One smacks the hat off another diner, who continues to eat her meal. Nothing happened, I guess. Unfazed. Nobody is screaming, and nobody notices me on the ground, arms raised to protect my face and throat too tight to scream again. Ah yes, this must be the work of an enemy stand. That's how it works, right? But that's okay. The thing is screaming enough for the entire restaurant. It's letting out a dual-tone screech, high and low, but I can't discern one throat, let alone two. Crayon thrown to the floor, there stood up a guy and worst diner ever, starts to call out at it. Sweetie, for goodness sake, put your body on. We're in a nice restaurant. It screeches and roars back at him. I know, but... He waves a bundle of cloth at it. I brought you some clothing. And it's super comfy. It starts up the bunch of fabric, and the creature bubbles and draws back on itself, twisting until... There's tentacles everywhere. Okay, and now it's an anime waifu. Of course. What's that hairstyle remind me of? I don't know why. Now it kind of reminds me of the... what's her name? I forgot her name, but the main character in Ghost in the Shell. You know, I don't know, that particular art style. Or not art style, hairstyle rather. Anyway, multiple eyes. I emerge. You're here. You had me worried, so I figured I'd help break the barrier down a bit. Talaporia, you have no idea how good it is to see you. When he says that word, my ears finally pop, and my teeth grit. It's a bad word. It's not a curse word per se. Not so much a word you wouldn't say in front of your boss. It feels like the wrong answer in a classroom or meeting. It's from an eldritch language. That moment when everyone turns and looks at you, and you just want to sink through the floor. I just want to sink through the floor. I want to go very quietly, go get my coat and change my name, and move to whatever town is on the exact opposite point of the globe from where I'm currently standing. You informed me that the barrier was to be frail in this portion of your world. I will hold you responsible for the trouble. He's beaming at that thing that came out of the hole, but I can't look at it. It hurts to roll my eyeballs toward it like I'm dehydrated. You know, it's a good thing she's, you know, because this world is seen through a filter, you see, you know? So therefore, this is not her true form, I guess. And we can gaze upon her form without going insane. Anyway, when I close my eyes, the dark behind my eyelids is so cool and so soft. Huh. There are tears running down my cheeks. I hadn't noticed. The guy, Hendrik, beams and gestures toward the gaggle of eyes and puffy wool. Oh, this is my girlfriend, Taliporia. Imputed microbe. I may choose to craft for myself the form of a creator, a birthing one. I am capable of far greater creations than your pubescent females. And far more erroneously, your inflated ego thinks I would deign to refer to you as any form of companion. The words wash over him like a gentle breeze. It looks like she could rip his face off, but her roars just make his eyes brim with joy. Well, we've been dating for about 400 years now, and though the long-distance thing is an teensy bit of an annoyance, we make it work. The moment I finally devise an effective method of accomplishing your demise, I will rip your soul from your ever-regenerating body and chew it to a gruel. Apparently he's immortal. He sits down at the all-but-destroyed table and picks up his menu. But until that beautiful day, when I again can be with you forever, you're gonna need to eat something else. Taliporia stops. She looks at me and I bounce between eyes, trying to make contact with one that doesn't stare down to my deepest inadequacies. There is human fuel here. I nod. Her mouth breaks open to a smile. Yes, she had like a anime fang. Excellent. You're spared from punishment, Hendrik, if only for a moment. She sits down but not in a chair. Dozens of her tentacles are still present throughout the entire room, spikes driven deep into the surfaces, blocking all the exits. She settles into one of the squishy appendages, looking quite pleased. So then, maybe we should order an appetizer. Not that I can't believe that this is happening. I have an open mind, I have an open mind for like almost everything. But as far as sudden supernatural shifts to my life, I was hoping for wizard school, like that one movie. Or just plain old haunting. Some ghosts are pretty cool, right? At least with a zombie or something, I know the rules here. What are the rules of this thing? Well, you have to read H.P. Lovecraft, Do I throw rice on the ground to stall her? Well, usually the rules are that you're dead Actually, the point of Eldritch Abomination is you can't do anything. You just go insane and die, usually. Will she attack me if I touch her with iron? I listen to my gut, but I can't make out anything but general foreboding. Demon. You summon demons, so that fits. But I don't know, something doesn't seem quite right about that. Maybe she's excuse me. Oh, I can barely think, but I can at least fall back on one set of rules. I struggle to stutter out the rote reply. What? Would you like to start off with super salad tonight? The man grins and gives an eager nod. Could I please get the blue cheese salad? And for my sweetie, the Talaiporia, which I don't know how to pronounce though. Talaiporia? Talaiporia? The Talaiporia rolls her eyes and her teeth flash as she cuts in. Hello, Tippy Frog, by the way. W. Hendrik, I've been on enough of these sham dates to know that ordering for your companion is rude. His face falls. But it's been ages since you've eaten any food. You're chewing on the fork right now. She gives him a glare and slowly places the slightly bent cutlery back down the table. Fine. But before he can say another word, she makes her move. Well, I don't want your advice, though. I want the young human to choose for me. Oh no. He sighs, annoyed. But he checks himself before looking at me. I think he knows that she's putting me on the spot. I can appreciate that he's trying to look out for me. I mean, I appreciate it more if he could have not summoned some kind of eldritch thing during an already busy Saturday shift. Or at all. I ease my throat open enough to squeak out. I don't know. A tomato bisque, Caesar salad, or lamb chili. I mean, does she like spicy things? I don't know. What is tomato bisque, by the way? Is that like it's a soup, right? I'm assuming. I mean, the appetizer is a soup, I guess. Sure. How about you try out some tomato bisque? Well, that doesn't seem to mean much of anything to her. But we make a pretty killer tomato soup here, and it's popular with the kids. I have no idea what flavors would taste good to her mouth. So it's best to stick with something with broad appeal. My eyes slip back over to Hendrik, and there's mild disappointment on his face. This isn't what he would have chosen, but it looks like he can work with it. And what would you like for your entree? She slams a fist down the table. My stomach lurches. First, bring me the matter. This physical form requires fuel to sustain itself. I turn on my heel and fly out of there, an excuse to leave. If there are any kindly extra-dimensional beings looking down on me right now, I would like to take this opportunity to thank them. I rush into the kitchen. Back in the kitchen, everyone's still bustling about, other servers are calling in their orders. The ambitious cooks are working. The slightly less ambitious cooks are cracking jokes to each other. Jokes? Cracking jokes with each other. They're as oblivious as the customers out front. I can see my manager discussing some menu changes with the head chef. Hey, does anyone else see what's going on out there? But nobody turns to look at me. Hey, I'm serious. What the hell's going on? Are they ignoring me? Do you expect me to just come back here and bring in this order like nothing's wrong? I take a sarcastic tone. Yeah, we got blue cheese and a bisque for table 6, just on the usual night, right? Without warning, a tray with the orders put down on the counter next to me. But other than that, there's no hint of a glance. No guilty looks. Hey! Nobody even flinches. Fine. Looks like I'm on my own. Supposedly nobody is aware for some reason. I was thinking like maybe this is a usual Saturday, and everyone's like, Eldritch Abomination, he does this every week. And did I tell you how lovely your eyes are this evening? From your ever-effusive sewer pipe of compliments springs something worthwhile. I made most of them myself, but the eye in the center of my head was my reference object. I couldn't even tell the difference. Your anatomy has gotten so much better since the last decade. It is easier when I have a fresh supply of study materials. So I suppose I can remain here long enough to consume some matter. Let no sentient being claim that I do not repay my debts. Well, that's just one perk of the job. Teachers can bring home knowledge, cooks can bring home food, and surgeons can bring spare body parts back to their girlfriends. I can say with relative certainty that isn't how it works. If I ever find out this man's last name, I'm never going to his hospital. Okay, so he's a surgeon apparently. Like a surgeon, cutting for the very first time. And I'm just reminded of that Weird Al song now. But yeah, apparently he's been bringing home spare body parts for his Eldritch Abomination GF. Good. I served Taliporia her bisque, trying not to get too close. Please be careful, it's very hot. Remember, sweetie, that too much heat can injure... Silence, meat garden! I know what to do with volatile heat sources. She flings the scalding liquid across the table and hits Hendrix square in the chest. Ugh. He rushes out to the bathroom, face red from pain. We don't serve our soups at a heat that could do permanent damage. Like that one thing, like that one case with McDonald's coffee, and like how there was like a misinformation campaign, with the victim who dropped some coffee on their basically their lower area, and like it really caused like severe burns, and then she sued McDonald's, and like people were like, at least the media anyway, was saying like, oh wow, she's like so selfish, she just dropped a little bit of coffee and now she can sue McDonald's for a lot of money or whatever. But really, it was really bad, apparently the surgery that she had to do was very expensive. She was just suing for the money to pay for her operation. That's all it was, really. She wasn't greedy or anything, as far as I remember. And there was a big just misinformation campaign from McDonald's itself to convince everybody that it wasn't a big deal. But it kind of was, though, because they put the coffee so high of a setting. The temperature was really way too high. But anyway, I'm just reminded of that. But yeah, we don't serve soups at a heat that could do permanent damage, but that still has to hurt. She closes most of her eyes and inhales. A deep breath, satisfied. When she speaks again, her rough voice has a tranquil tone. Clean it up, human. This is an establishment of standards, is it not? Well, it was, I muttered. The elegant charm might be a bit altered by the, sudden presence of giant tentacles. She snuggles down to her seat. This is a gift for your owners. This is a sliver of my true form. Well, it's lovely. Sorry that you didn't like the bisque. Apology unnecessary, human. I enjoyed that immensely. She wraps the scarf around herself. Now that I think about it, the clothing Hendrik brought her for her is all very heavy. A maxi skirt, a thick sweater, and a blanket scarf. A skirt? Can I see the skirt? I can't really see the skirt. Oh, sort of, I guess. Okay, well, that's a sweater, and that's... Okay, anyway. Blanket scarf. The way you're clutching that scarf, are you You may not have my scarf. It retains my heat. I'll continue to generate and retain heat, and it will belong to me, not you. I take a step back. No, that's all your heat. Fair and square? She growls. Happily? Yes, all mine. Hendrik could be procuring more matter this evening, which will continue to power this form. Physical exertion is a luxury. The caloric energy necessary to move but a digit. She lifts one of her own claws. It's precious. I have gone for thousands of years, lying in wait for foolish summoners to tear open the rifts and let in good heat from your world. Taliporia leans down the table. The edges of the scarf trail into her bisque, or at least what's left of it. Is it selfish to be happy that she's disarmed now? I look at the still present tentacles and recalculate that statement. She at least cannot harm me with soup. And that's something. So, human, how do you enjoy generating your own heat? Okay. She really likes heat, apparently. I'm assuming because where she's from, probably in the, the deep cosmos of space, I'm assuming, or some other dimension, I'm not sure. I'm not really up, I'm not up to date with my Eldritch Abomination lore. I'm assuming there's not a lot of heat, I guess, and that's the idea. Here's some choices. I'd rather just turn on the heater. It's not great, really. Have you ever gotten sweaty? I like it. Physical activity is fun. Actually, yeah. I don't like it when it's too hot, to be honest. It's not great, really. I fan my collar a little. I could really use a cold drink right now. She gives a quizzical look. Are you implying that at times you generate too much heat? I nod. In the summer, when the sun gets closer to Earth, everything gets hot and gross. Humans get so warm, they die. Her eyes open wide. Both of them. All of them. You catch fire and burn. No, it's not like getting burned. It's just too much heat for the whole system, I think. And you cannot simply uncover yourselves and release the heat into the vacuum of space? I shake my head. No, ma'am. The vacuum of space is too far away, and in the summer we're surrounded by too much heat. Huh. Your creator failed to take the seasons into account. Tell it to mind that in the next draft. I assure her that I will, and out of the corner of my eye, I see Hendrik returning. And Hendrik returns. Getting along well? As well as might be expected. Still, thank you for keeping her company. We'll eat our appetizers and... She shakes her head. I'm finished with mine. He laughs. Of course, how could I forget? You know, the burning scar on my chest. So then, would you like to move on to the main course now? Next part of the meal. Ah, yes, the larger portions. Hendrik points to her menu. So, what were you thinking about? I always like steak, but I admit that I was kind of thinking about splurging on the... Hey, human slider. Human slider. That makes me sound like a burger. Yeah? Choose. Do it promptly and wisely, or else I will need to consume something else for my main course. She's staring me right in the eyes, her gaze lingers on my mouth. She stares at my teeth and licks her lips. Could she eat my teeth? Well, I think he would enjoy... another save game. Steak? Well, that's what he, recommended. Live lobster or squid ink pasta. Sure. You want this lobster? Andrew gives a bit of a nod. Oh, that's my order too. It's been a while, but this is a special night. What? At what point did humans discover the joy of consuming live creatures? Wait, she doesn't think I'll serve it to her while it's still... No, sweetie, I'm afraid that most of us are still a touch, prudish about that sort of thing. But they have a tank here, so the lobster is fresh. Nothing is as fresh as squeezing the life from a creature with your jaws. Feeling it writhe and struggle in a fruitless attempt to stave off the icy curtain of death. She's looking straight at my throat. 2 lobster dinners coming right up. I rush away as quickly as I can. I try to convince the chef to let me serve 1 lobster live. I feel downright ghoulish, but between me and a crustacean, I'm going to defend myself every time. Her reaction is the same as the last time. She prepares the dishes as usual and hands them off to me, never making eye contact or reacting to anything I say. What is this? She lifts up the extra utensil. It's the lobster cracker. You use that to crack open the shell. This is a fair idea, but it's such a waste. To use this on a deceased creature. Well, if the food is dead, isn't it easier to consume? She waves a claw at me. Not if you have to crack it open anyway. Hendrik is already taking the meat out of his. I like it. It's soothing to have a little tactile activity as part of your meal. Teleportia's claws slip on the lobster cracker. Meat shield, how are you employing your tool? Well, you put either end of the metal bit over. Raise it up and demonstrate. He holds the lobster cracker and 1 leg up, leaning forward so they're close enough for her to get a good look. He holds hers up, pantomiming his actions, then promptly grabbing one of his hands, wrapping the cracker around his pointer finger and gripping it tightly. Oh! His finger juts out at an odd angle and blood drips onto the torn tablecloth. She cackles and throws the metal tool at his head. Fool, I can easily employ such a simple item. He's leaning away from his injured hand, the other on his face. Right you are, you got me. He does look embarrassed. It's really hard to tell through the pain. I mean, that is an expression of pain on his face, right? I guess you got him. You got him, get pranked, I guess. Like, I'm assuming they used the tool on his finger, I said. Such a... I don't know. Are they doing like an SMN thing? Anyway, He breathes heavily, trying to get himself under control. As though to prove a point, he goes right back to eating dinner. As though nothing were wrong. So, before I go, is everything to your liking? Is the food powering your true form enough? Silly. Waiter, I guess. When in my true form, I do not consume human fuel. This human template. My, what did you call it? Hendrix caught mid-bite and he covers his mouth to respond. Human sona. Okay? Human sona. Like a fursona? My human sona. It consumes calories, inhales oxygen, excretes feces, all the same as you yourself, I assume. I never expected to have a restaurant patron ask if I breathe and poop, but here we are. But my true form requires something much more deeply sustaining. She stares me down. She looks at my teeth again. She looks me in the eye. She holds that eye contact and waits. I try not to squirm, but my moxie is inadequate for this situation. She waits, and then laughs. I can breathe again. Delicious. A light dusting of fear, nothing too overwhelming. If that doesn't strike her as much fear, please let me never ever learn what that what actually does. So you eat fear then? It falls under my purview. Suffering. Sweetie's true form eats concepts. And she builds her human sonas to have quite a taste for them too. Any form of important emotion can sustain her, but she's picky. I'm not. Suffering is the only thing worth eating. Eating anything else would be beneath me. It's okay, whatever you eat. I love you just the way you are. And I would like you much better with several more stab wounds to the head. Anytime, sweetie. Okay. Though I managed to sneak away for the next 15 minutes, I know that I'll eventually have to return. I try to strike up a conversation, the line cooks again. So, how do you guys feel about the recent technical invasion? Of course, nobody responds. Yeah, it's hard to really put it into words, huh? No response, dishes click. I guess the spooky atmosphere has a certain charm, but I don't think it'll catch on with the baby boomers. Special wisdom says that they like elegance or rustic charm. And Midwestern moms are not into dripping fluids. I mean, as a general group. I don't want to assume individual tastes. This gets boring quickly, so after the appropriate waiting period, I head back over. So, thank you for dining with us tonight. I did it. I made it through the evening. I'm tempted not to even give them a check, just rush them right out the door. But I refuse to slip up now. It's been a delight getting to know the both of you. How kind of you. You know, I was planning on heading out, but you know what? I couldn't care less if I attempted, and I'm very powerful. I'm capable of caring far less than most humans could in their most apathetic dreams. Let's do dessert. Oh, okay. I mean, I was thinking, yeah, don't you usually get dessert in these fancy restaurants? I look from his smiling face to Talaporia's cruel one. I know how this goes. Let's make a recommendation. We got chocolate tart, brandy, or bananas Foster flambe. Sure. Have you tried getting drunk? You know, Eldritch Abomination. You like drinking? And since nobody seems to notice what I do this evening, I'll just grab a glass for myself and pull up a chair, and she can eat up all the discomfort she wants. Oh, I like this human. I'm keeping him. Sweetie, no. But I'm already off, grabbing the bottle and a trio of glasses. I slam them down the table and fill them up. I'll bet that you haven't had a good drink in, how long have you been stuck in that cold place? She grabs a glass. Void. God, what's it like in there? She knocks back the brandy like it's whiskey. Probably goes without saying that she doesn't drink much. Dark, cold, mostly barren. Locked for something approaching an eternity of nothing but your own thoughts. Unless one can become creative. I do my best to make creatures to fill it, but it is a vast expanse. Literally endlessly big. With nothing in it. Yeah, I caught part of your conversation before. You made your body, right? Indeed. When rifts become open, I am able to seize not only heat, but stray matter. I model the majority of my creations after your carbon-based life forms. But modifications must be made. I'll bet. The void doesn't have heat or any matter. You need to make creatures that don't eat or breathe, right? Good human. I model most of them after myself. And you eat concepts. Yes. After billions and billions of years, I've evolved over 1 million species of void creatures. Nearly all of them feed, as I do, on the concept of suffering. So it's an endless barren place of no light, no heat, where the only things that exist just go around preying on each other's suffering all the time. Yes! Is it not marvelous? And someday, human, there'll be a rift large enough that there's not tiny scraps and stray humans which fall through, but your entire plane of existence. You will enjoy it. Wouldn't I, hate it? I reach for the bottle, but it's nearly empty. She's been putting it away fast. I mean, I don't enjoy suffering. You'd be surprised what humans can get used to. He finally takes a sip of his brandy. I used the wrong English word. The closer translation might be resignation. You would become resigned to existence saturated with pain. Enjoy isn't the correct term, unless you're a disgusting cluster of miswired brain signals. I love you too, sweetie. Ugh. I know what you're doing, Hendrik. You think, if you can keep delaying me with fancy dinners, stolen body parts, gentle words, and rough sex... What? Wait a minute. Could we not talk about our sex life in public, thank you? She places a hand on his arm. That you can stop me. You're, as always, disgusting, but an appealing opponent. And with that, she slumps up on the table, snoring loudly. By now I can tell there's a smile on her face. He turns her to the side, brushes her hair out of her face, and wraps her up in a scarf. I'm sorry, Mr. Slider. This must have been an awfully difficult table for you tonight. I didn't think they'd give us someone so new. Yeah, the manager didn't warn me that we had special clientele. I was not even close to brief for it. Well, you handled it marvelously. If you'd like to bring us the check, I think it's time to get her home. I nod and clean up the bottle and glasses. So you're gonna lock her up or something? He chuckles. No, this is just a sliver of the entity deep in the void. She can always make another body. But when she crawls the memories and experiences from this one, I want to make sure she knows. She can always switch diets. And become a vegetarian, instead. Or like, I guess, the opposite of suffering, maybe. She eats not suffering. I ponder that while I get his check. She's been around longer than our species, longer than our planet. So no matter how old Hendrik is, it's nowhere close. But when I bring that check back, Mr. Hendrik, I'm rooting for you. Keep on doing the hero thing. He laughs all the way through to signing the check, loudly. My dear Mr. Slider, I assure you, I'm not being noble. It's very, very selfish. He looks at Teleporia. She grinds her teeth a little, probably dreaming of biting someone. He scoops her up, making it look easy. She must be lighter than she looks. And for a moment, I think he's gonna kiss her on the cheek. But he doesn't give her anything more than a loving gaze. He carries her off out of the restaurant, and the second they step outside the door, everything goes back to normal. Okay. I start busting to the table. The tentacles may be gone, but the tablecloth is still a mess. I get it now. That closed space must be part of the restaurant. To keep people safe from their more bizarre guests. Now that they're gone, it'll be up to Hendrik to keep everyone safe. I bust the table and sneak a peek at the check. Dang. An 80% tip on the check with lobster and a full bottle of brandy. Makes the idea of staying here pretty tempting. I'm honestly considering it. But first, I'm going to need to have a long talk with my manager. Normally, that sort of confrontation would be intimidating. But I'm bolstered by the memory of Talaporia's grin. And I grin too. I can handle it. That's why I summon my own Eldritch Abomination GF. No, we can share, right, Hendrik, right? It's because technically she's part of like an amalgamation of like multiple parts of her. Anyway, ending 5, Sweet End Dreams. Alright, there you go. Just another day serving the Eldritch Abomination. Okay. That seems like the best ending, to be honest. I was trying to like mess up and like lose, but like I feel like I got the best ending somehow. Anyway, I don't know what else is there. Let's see. I mean, it says here there's 5 endings though. So like, how do I like get a worse ending? is the thing. How do I get like a bad ending? How exactly do I get like a bad ending? I wish there was like a guide, to be honest. Okay, well, let's see. Let's load. I guess we'll just try a different one. Let's choose a different option. Let's see. I recommend our chocolate tort for the delightful couple. Must remain professional. Everyone loves chocolate. Go with the safe option. Don't screw around when you're so close to the end of this. So close. Bring it on, Mr. Slider. The torts here do better after a few hours setting up in the cooler, so they aren't made to order. I grab a couple and some spoons and return. Teleporia doesn't seem to be a fan, but at least she doesn't make a scene. Hendrik asks for the check and I rush off and get ready in record time. He takes the check. He seems to do a bit of calculation in his head, then lays down some cash. Well, this evening wasn't a complete waste of time and effort. Oregon ravioli. Hendrik looks up at her. You may have one short, friendly embrace. Okay, you get one free hug. He jumps to his feet, arms wide open to hug her, and one of her tentacles slams into him, throwing his body across the room. It slams into the wall and ragdolls to the ground, like in Gmod. Hug transaction complete. Oh no, did you just kill him? He heaves a sigh. Would I were so lucky. No, Heeman. I've merely rendered him unconscious. That's good, I guess. Via severe cranial hemorrhaging. That's bad. He will sleep it off. I've ripped off his limbs before. He can take it. She looks almost fond. She gets up, walks over to him, and grabs him by the foot. I suppose it is time to return him to his residence. She perks up. Or I can abandon his body in a trash unit. Perhaps nobody will find him when he placed inside a trash compactor. As she turns to drag him away, I ask, Miss Teleporia. She returns, quizzical. Human, I am departing. You made it through this evening unscathed. You have little to no ability to comprehend how fortunate that makes you. But I suggest you make an attempt. I clear my throat. I think I'm trapped? I gesture around the restaurant. Oh yes, I have forgotten. Your world usually has even more light, does it not? He shrugs. Well, I had no hand in this. And with that, she waves aside a tentacle and marches through the front door. Hendrik's head thuds against the ground as she walks down the staircase and out of sight. When I hear the front door close, another server bumps me in the shoulder, stepping past. They give me a dirty look and keep heading their way. Just like that, I'm back. I get moving, clearing the table, scooping up the check. I check the tip. 40%. It might not cover emotional distress, but I'll cap off the shift well. That was quite the experience. But for my own safety, I think I'm going to skip the 2 weeks' notice. I came here to learn something new. And I'd say that the goal was more than accomplished. You know, how to deal with eldritch abominations. A hug goodbye. Wasn't really a hug though. Alright, good. At least we lived. So this is like a slightly less happy ending, in a way. Let's see. Load. What about this one? I don't know if this will go to a different ending, but let's see. Fuck it. Caution's in the wind. Bananas Foster Flambe. Is my professionalism slipping? It must be. What are we impregnating? Sweetie, it's a figure of speech. I don't have that function this time around. Sweetie, I think he's just tired. That's okay. I think if I want this to be a truly satisfying night for our esteemed Void Goddess, then she's going to enjoy this dessert. Or at least how we cook it. What is this blathering about? But I can tell I've got her hooked. We cook it tableside, with a huge flame. And there it is. I'm not so sure about this. Looks like he's picked up on the pattern too. Oh, I insist. I don't mean to write this one down. One flaming dessert for table 6. I scramble about the kitchen, grabbing everything I need. Am I clear to do this? Hell no. 2 weeks is not long enough to have permission to set things on fire next to the diners. But tonight's special, isn't it? You know, if I'm gonna get murdered by Lovecraftian horror, might as well go up in flames. I wheel the cart over. Feeling a mite chatty, I take my time prepping to light it on fire. So, congrats on getting out of the, what do you call it? The cold place? The void. Void, God, what's it like in there? Dark, cold, mostly barren. Locked for something approaching an eternity of nothing but your own thoughts. Unless one can become creative. I do my best to make creatures to fill it, but it is a vast expanse. Literally endlessly big, with nothing in it. Yeah, I caught part of your conversation before. You made your body, right? Indeed. When words become open, I'm able to seize not only heat but stray matter. I modeled the majority of my creations after your carbon-based life forms. But modifications must be made. I'll bet. If the heat doesn't have, or if the void doesn't have heat, then if it's all matter, you can make creatures that don't appear brave, right? This seems to be the same dialogue. I don't know. I'll just read it like fast. Good human. I model most of them after myself. And you eat concepts. Yes. And after billions of years, evolved new species of void creature, and you'll feed on the concept of suffering. Just go around praying each other, suffering all the time. Yes. Is it not marvelous? And someday, human, the lot be large enough, but your entire planet will be, swallowed up by this horrible place. You enjoy it? No. I got distracted there for a bit, but I grabbed the rum. Can't caramelize it right without a pretty flame. I mean, I don't enjoy suffering. You'd be surprised what humans can get used to. I use the wrong English word. It would be resignation. You'd be resigned to it. Enjoy isn't the correct term. Unless you're a weirdo. I know what you're doing, Hendrik. You think having delaying me with fancy dinners, don't bother and rough sex? Okay. Was a hand of time that you can stop me. You're always disgusting but appealing opponent. Look out! And I light it up. The flame shines in her eyes. I can feel the heat coming off of it. I should probably be keeping a close eye on it to make sure it's cooking properly. But looking over at Hendrik and Talaporia, they're holding hands. So simply and happily. She's gripping his hand tightly from joy. And then she jerks him across the table, straight into the flaming cart. Now that burn, that's one that could cause permanent damage. Though he may be lucky that's the worst thing that happened tonight. He executes a perfect stop, drop, and roll, and soon the flames are out. Eesh, though he's far from unscathed. Human, this was a fantastic dinner. Bring us a statement so that we may repay you for your noble worship and gifts. I salute and wheel what remains of the upturned cart away. It's not long before I return the bill in hand. He takes the check. He seems to do a bit of calculation in his head. I don't think he's going to tip well, considering what happened to him. But lays down some cash. Well, this evening wasn't a complete waste of time and effort. Oregon ravioli. Hendrik looks up at her. He may have one short friendly embrace. Tips his feet. One time slams into him. Hug transaction complete. No, I think it's the same ending, actually. I mean, he gets burned a little bit. We're assuming the same thing. So it's just a hug goodbye. Alright, so this is ending 4 again. I don't know. Alright, well, let's see. Okay, so we might have to restart from the beginning and just pick something. I don't know, I'm not sure. I'm looking at the comments, and when the endings apparently it says here, try your best to die. Apparently, that's like a thing you do. I'll try my best to die. How do I die? How do I die? All right, well, maybe go back. Maybe here. I guess could put like lamb chili. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure. Like lamb chili. At this time of the server, lamb chili is the appetizer. Let's see if that changes anything. This doesn't mean much of anything to her. Great. And what would you like for the entree? She slams a fist down on the table. My stomach lurches. Bring me matter. Okay. I serve Teleporter her chili, trying not to get too close. Be careful, it's very hot. Too much hurt, too much heat can injure you. And then she flings a scalding liquid at him. So it's kind of the same thing as the tomato bisque, to be honest. Clean it up. They're my true form. Sorry, I don't like the chili. Smells nice as well. She dabs a little bit of the meat on her neck. This body has concentrated blood flow around the throat and wrists. These pulse points heat and disperse stray molecules of matter, allowing humans to preserve them with their noses. He seems quite pleased with his luxury. Okay. So, like, the smell of chili, she's wearing it like perfume. Da-da-da-da-da. And then the edges of the scar trail down into chili. That's what's left of it. Cannot harm your soup, so that's something. Okay, I don't know. Let's see. Save here. I can give a different answer here, though. Well, it's good. I'd rather just turn on the heater, though. When it gets cold, I can't bring myself to do much of anything, so I'll just turn up the thermostat. She slams a hand down. No, this is unacceptable. Lazy, lazy human. In the void, there is no heat. There are no suns off of which to leech like some creature that is of the blood of another. I don't think she knows that the verb correlates with an actual animal. You need to be more grateful. And Edric returns. Getting along well? As well as might be expected. Okay. And it's kind of upset with us at this point. Let's save here. Live lobster, steak, or squid ink pasta. How about some squid ink pasta? Well, that reminds her of something, you know? Because when I think of squids, I think of Cthulhu. But anyway. I recommend the squid ink pasta. Well, the chef's special today is a fresh spaghetti with squid ink and cajun shrimp. She sighs. Squids. I have a special place in my heart for cephalopods, or cephalopods. How do you say that word? Cephalopods? 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 How do you pronounce that?
Cephalopod.
Cephalopod. Okay, cephalopod. Squids. I have a special place in my heart for cephalopods. Oh, so you added that fifth valve. It's nurturing cuttlefish eggs at the moment. Ah. What? I looked to him for his order. I'll keep up the seafood theme. 1 lobster, no butter, please. Coming right up. Prepare the dishes as usual, never make eye contact. I served Talaporia her pasta, and Hendrik his lobster. Spaghetti might not seem like a fancy food, but these noodles are pitch black. I mean, I think they're cool. She seems pretty neutral about them, which isn't the worst outcome I can imagine. So before I go, is everything to your liking? Is the food powering your phone enough? Okay, it's the same thing, I feel like. Yeah, we just end up with the same branches. I don't know. We tried chocolate before, right? We do this again, but I imagine it's the same ending. I was thinking like she would throw us into the fire or something. That's like a bad ending or not? But not. The fire is still going up. Chooses again. This is the same thing, same ending. Okay. If we choose the brandy, we get the 5th ending where she sleeps, I guess. I don't know. Not sure. I don't know if this choice matters, the red crayon and whatnot. I don't know if that choice matters. Alright, well, let's see. How about if I go back here? What about the salad? Does the salad do anything? Here has some salad. Hey, who can go wrong with the basics? One look at Hendrik and I can tell. Me, I can go wrong with the basics. He heaves a sigh. And what would you like for your entree? Have some fish down, some lurchers. Okay, so this time I'm serving her salad. At least this time she can't fling it on anyone, I feel like. Well, I served Talaporia her salad, trying not to get too close. I'll be back in a moment. I need to wash my hands after that summoning. Oh, he goes to the washroom anyway. Before I'll ever feel clean again, I'll need a hot shower, a pillow pad, and therapy. Talaporia purses her lips and pokes the legs with a fork. Foliage. Oh no, look at her teeth, that cruel glare. Of course she's a meat eater. What was I thinking? I need to rescue this quickly. Our Caesar salad also comes with anchovies, which you see there. I gestured toward one of the small fish in her salad. She spears one on an elongated claw and peers closely at it with her cluster of eyes. If you were to diagram your local food chain, where might one find this small creature? I guess it isn't a plant or plankton, but still relatively toward the bottom? She snorts. A meager offering for an establishment claiming to vend luxury. She picks the fish out and chomps them down before shoving the rest of the bowl away, disgusted. She wraps a scarf around herself. Now that I think about it, the clothing Hendrik bought for her is all very heavy. A maxi skirt, a thick sweater, a blanket scarf. Okay, so this is the same. She relaxes her scarf. Okay. Touches the untouched salad. Save the game. Okay. What about this? Let's see. So she didn't like this one before, so what if I pick this one again? I pick this one again, maybe. If I pick the squid ink pasta again, it'll just be the same, right? Same ending. Fills out the check. I get ready in record time. And finally, he fills out the check. So, sweetie. Mediocre food, boring company. None of my preferred sustenance. Sounds like a pretty bad Yelp review, but it's not the end of the world. I'm burning the whole place down. Okay, now that's not great. Sweetie, no. She launches a tentacle at him, throwing him across the room and pinning him to the wall. And with others, she breaks a light fixture, dunks her napkin in the table's olive oil, and stuffs her napkin into the broken circuit. Not again. Why am I not surprised that this has happened before? She lumbers out of the restaurant as it burns. I don't remember much else from that evening. Coughing, someone carried me out there, lots of panic. Perhaps it just took the building burning down around them to get everyone to notice. The restaurant shut down and I didn't get any forwarding numbers. I kissed that reference goodbye in my next round of applications. When I check the pockets of my ruined uniform, I find some paper. Oh, it's the check and the tip. 20%. Nice. I mean, it doesn't make up for losing my job, but I appreciate that he understood that I tried. Okay. Ending 2. Okay, this is what happened. You get this ending, I guess, when basically you don't give meals, that she likes. Like giving her salad or whatever, even though she likes meat. So that's what happens, I guess. Okay, there you go. It's ending 2. So I got, 2, 4, and 5. So I still only get number 1 and number 3. I think. Oh no, apparently number 1, there's a hint for number 1. It says, has something to do with the steak knife. So there's like a knife thing that's happening. I don't know. Let's see. The game again. Oh, let me not hear, actually. Hold on. Which one is this one? I guess, like, piss her off some more, maybe. Okay, this time... after I drink a little bit of water, actually. Alright. So this time, let's choose a steak. That was his initial choice before, right? I think he mentioned it anyway. Steak. She certainly recognizes that word. And I wouldn't normally recommend doing this, but there's a bone, a piece of cow skeleton in the steak. Maybe you might also be able to eat that? Apparently, yes. And I'll have the lobster, please. He looks a little embarrassed. It is a night for a celebrity, Hey, I don't mind. Rack up that bill. He chuckles, and I head off to the kitchen. The cooks prepare the dishes as usual and hand them off to me. Just like last time, never making eye contact. Both of these meals require special cutlery. I've got a lobster fork and a cracker for Hendrik, and a steak knife for Talaporia. The serrated edges gleam in the murky light. Is it really a good idea to hand a weapon like this over to her? Well, I'm on my own here, and nobody will help me if she attacks me. Or maybe since nobody else will help me, I have to deal with the situation myself. She hadn't made a move to harm me yet, but she did do a number in the dining room. It may only be a matter of time. As I look over to table 6, it's time to make a choice. What should I do with the knife? I'm gonna save the game. Let's see. I'm going to try and kill her. I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm gonna give it to Talaporia as though she were any other customer. I must defeat this monster. I must slay this void creature before she does anything. Hiya! I slide a knife to the back of the tray and approach them. No, I can appreciate finely crafted facsimiles. So you come with me then. They're pretty distracted with the conversation, so they barely even notice me. I make no promises. Why should I come watch humans pretend to injure one another when I could just as easily go out and cause harm to actually befall them? I place Hendrik's plate in front of him, and his cutlery, but they're so creative. You couldn't actually get away with half the tortures in horror films, especially not the ones nowadays. And most humans don't contain half as much blood as they show on screen. Okay, they're talking about horror movies, I guess. Like, maybe like the idea is to like, yeah, instead of like making just real humans suffer, instead she'll watch a horror movie instead or something. I don't know. I put Taliporia's steak down in front of her. This is true. I did enjoy the film where the woman put the men in the bags. And I gripped the knife. There are a bunch of places to stab her, but the big eye on the chest looks like a vulnerable, easy-to-hit target. Of course, that kind of sheer torment transcends language. Okay, everyone is shocked. I did it! I stabbed her like a little eyeball thing. I did it! I jump back. I ready my knife. I ready to dodge roll and parry as like the Dark Souls boss theme plays. But her eyes immediately glaze over and shut. Sweetie! He rushes to hold her. Just hold on. No! I was going to grab that knife again to defend myself, but he's right there. I need something to cut through the tentacles to get out of here. I thought this was a respectable establishment. Oh no, it's like a switch has been flipped. He pulls the knife out of Taliporia. Do you know how long it takes her to put together a body? He sidesteps around the table and he's right in front of me. How long we have to wait for the I don't know why I can't say that word right in the moment. How long we have to wait for the veil to thin? Do you know how hard it is, getting an immoral goddess of the void, to look upon humanity with anything above contempt? How hard it is to keep her eternal hunger at bay. And worst of all, she might never go out on another date with me after this. What the heck, bro? The last thing on my mind before it all goes black is agonizing pain. But the penultimate thought is that maybe he might be even scarier than the thing he summoned. The biggest simp in the universe. Anyway, ending 3. Bad idea. As it turns out, it's not a good idea to attempt to stab a algae abomination. You know, I was thinking she was going to be like, ow, you know, it's going to be, ow, what are you doing, you dumb human? And then she just freaking like snaps her neck or something. But I guess it was that easy to just kill her body anyway, but obviously that just pisses Hendrik off. Yeah. Anyway, so that's another ending. All right. I guess we'll go back here. Okay. Let's see. Sure. I guess, I don't know. I mean, I guess. Yeah. All right. So this time, let's just give her the knife as though she were any other customer. Fighting them seems like a pretty bad call, and there's no sense in making things really awkward, right? Night's been going surprisingly well, and yeah, I'm gonna count not dead yet as surprisingly well. I serve the dishes as usual, placing the lobster cracker and fork by Hendrik, and the steak knife next to Taliporia's place. She glances at it, but not for more than a second. The only thing she's intent on attacking is her dinner. Bloody juice flies from the steak, dripping everywhere, pooling her lap, sprinkling onto her seat, flinging onto the tablecloth, speckling the crayon lines, which start to buzz slowly. Should I call this to their attention? I'm gonna say... I'm gonna say nothing. I say nothing if they're serving their food. As I do, I can see the wood warping like putty until something starts to push against it from beneath. A tentacle shoots out. It looks much like Taliporia's, but smaller and spikeless. What? The barrier. It's still weak. And I now have one night to myself? She flips the steak knife in hand, holding a blade down, and begins to slash at the tentacle. Stop. Acting up. For attention. It squeals, pathetic and defeated, knife buried in it down to the hilt, before sinking back into the rift. Hendrik snatches the crayon up from the floor and scrawls out the circle. The familiar, if broken surface of the table is once again visible. I really wish you weren't so harsh with them. And I wish you stopped trying to be their father. Well, I suppose it isn't easy, being mother to an entire ecosystem. Now knifeless, she picks up her steak and rips a chunk off of her teeth. Let that be a lesson to all. I won't be forgetting that anytime soon. Okay, so that's the same, I think. That's just like, I mean, I imagine this is, yeah, it goes back here. So, okay, so you give her the knife, she just, you know, stabs it a whole bunch, and then that's it. Nothing else happens, I guess. I don't know. I could also mention it, I guess. If you mention it, probably the same thing happens, I imagine. Let's just do it just in case. Excuse me, your summoning circle. Cross the line here. So you close it back up. Oh, that wasn't a circle for summoning or making a connection between realms. This circle just eroded the barrier in an already weak location. Usually this place's owner keeps the doorway nice and clear. Oh well, mistakes happen, right? She and I are gonna have a long talk, the manager and I. Okay, and then she likes the steak, and then, okay. I mean, this is new, but I'm assuming this is all the same, though. Oh, she maybe not, though. I mean, this time she doesn't have the knife, though. So maybe, oh, no, okay, I'm gonna restart, actually. Because I didn't read all of that. But maybe this is important, actually. Okay. I guess, yeah, I'll bring attention to their summoning circle. Excuse me, your summoning circle. They look up at me. I point at the table where the wood is already beginning to shimmer and warp. Oh, sweetie, you're opening the rift back up. He scrounges on the floor for a moment before sitting back up with the crayon. We watch as he crosses out a line here, smudges a line there, until the table looks, if not normal, then at least, Euclidean. Is that how you pronounce it? Euclidean, right? I know this is a good time to retreat back to the kitchen, but I can't help but ask. So, did you just close the circle back up? It looked like the lines were already smudged before this. How precise do they need to be? He chuckles and picks up one of the lobster claws. Well, this wasn't a circle for summoning or making connection between realms. He places the claw inside the lobster cracker. This circle just eroded the barrier in an already weak location. Usually, this place's owner keeps the doorway nice and clear. Oh well, mistakes happen, right? Just let her know to have a look at it, okay? Absolutely. She and I are gonna have a long talk. It was no trouble. He starts to squeeze the cracker. If you know how anything works, it's easy to destroy it. The shell snaps open, he starts to dig the meat out. Teleporter appears at his hands, watching closely as he dismantles the creature. Would you like some? Pah. I didn't waste time preparing my own meal. My beefsteak is delicious, peon. Suit yourself, but you're missing out. On what? Steak is filled with calories for fuel and proteins, which are the building blocks of DNA. Name one thing that makes your meal the superior dish. I start to take a step back. If they're eating, I can leave them in peace. Time to get out of here before... Human. Great. Yes, ma'am. Remain here and bear witness to my would-be mate's crushing defeat. Yes, ma'am. There are a few things I want less than stay in the same area as these two, especially if they're gonna fight. Sweetie, you know I would never want to argue with you. I respect your opinions at all times, even when they're wrong. Okay, that's kind of like passive-aggressive. Oh no. I am a deity. You cannot comprehend the depths of my knowledge. If I should make a statement, then it's surely so. Oh yes, she's so deeply infallible that her first time out in public in the 1800s. She ran screaming from an accordion player, having literally never seen in an untold millennia of existence anything like it. I guess she was lucky they weren't bagpipes, huh? Ah! She lunges across the table, steak knife flying. Before he could even move, I feel like it's a bit of a bug. I don't think he's saying that, but before he could even move, she stabs 3 times, knife driving down the hill with each thrust. Hendrik coughs, blood dribbling from his chest. He didn't move a finger to defend himself. One of those stabs must have got him in an organ. And it's not like he can't feel it, his face is skewed up from the intensity of the attack. I suppose that was uncalled for, wasn't it, sweetie? I'm sorry, I missed what you said. Because it sounded like you were spinning lies with the human. Never, darling. At a complete loss, I pulled an extra napkin from my apron and handed it over to Hendrik. So, human, have I won the argument? I'm gonna say yes. Pretty definitively. Ha. Well, now knifeless, she picks up her steak and rips a chunk off of her teeth. Let that be a lesson to all. Okay, well actually this is the same. Okay, It's just like slightly different like scenes, but I mean it's interesting, but like I think that's it. It's the same thing. She loses a knife and then that's it. Alright. I don't know. So giving her the knife, I guess, doesn't do much, it seems like. I mean she uses the knife to stab him a whole bunch. That's kinda it. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. We could also try because there's also we could also try injuring him like a whole bunch. Oh no, let's see. Let's see. Let's go back here. Okay, so this is back when we were giving her the steak. Hello. What is it? Emote. Can I hurt him just enough that he just dies? Yeah, I don't know. That's what I was thinking. I don't know. That's probably what I'm gonna do next. Because I was thinking, like, there are definitely scenes where, for example, she, throws the soup at him, and then, he gets his face burnt and stuff like that, right? So maybe, like, I'm supposed to injure him, like, a whole bunch, and maybe that something happens from that. I don't know. Maybe. What happens if I'll try one more thing, though, just to see. Because what happens if I get rid of the knife? Fighting them seems like a terrible call. I don't enjoy the idea of arming teleport any further either. They're bread knives, they're designed to cut anything but butter, so I just hide the knife this time. So this time I just hide the knife. Oh, okay. Oh, then it's the same thing. Okay, same thing. Okay. Yeah, maybe you're right. I mean, that's what I was thinking as well in my head. It's like, maybe, yeah, what you're supposed to do is probably just choose all the options to injure Hendrik. Even though he does get, like, thrown around like a rag doll over the endings and, gets knocked out, but I guess he doesn't die necessarily. So you have to kill him, basically, somehow. Alright, so let's see. Let's go back here. Alright, so I guess one of these soups will always scald him. So I guess I'll choose, I don't know if it matters, lentully. I think it scalds him, right? Oop. This part is like, I'm not sure if this matters. I don't think this part injures him at all. I guess I might as well choose this one. I never chose this option yet. Physical activity is fun! I too enjoy hunting. Actual consumption of matter at times come second to the thrill of pursuing a terrified creature. Well, I was thinking more about exercise, to keep in shape. She stops. Do you waste your fuel on extra heat? No, it isn't a waste, it's fun. She hisses through her jagged teeth. The human enjoys this, does he? Well, yeah. There's only so long I can stand getting jerked around like this. I mean, don't you? You wasted all that energy throwing your chili at Hendrik, didn't you? You can't just sit around doing nothing all day. That feels better. Just as long as... Well stated, human. And Hendrik returns. Getting along well? Okay. Same thing. Alright, so, okay, get the steak this time. Well, let me save again just in case. I have a lot of save slots, might as well use them. Give her the knife, I guess. Tell them about the summoning circle so they don't summon their, like, tentacle baby, I guess. So he gets stabbed a whole bunch. And then the fire, right? So this is the last one, is fire. Fire. Okay, so let's see. So this time, I got him stabbed. I got him scalded by the soup. I also chose the option with the fire, I guess. The banana flambe or whatever. We had a lovely time, and I think... Oh, no. I think I got the two of you figured out by this point. And I think, if I want this to be a truly satisfying night for our esteemed Void Goddess, then she's gonna enjoy this dessert. Or at least how we cook it. What is this blabbering about? I can tell I got her hooked. We cook it tableside, with a huge flame. And there it is. I'm not so sure about this. Looks like he's picked up on the pattern too. Oh, I insist. I don't even need to write this one down. One flaming dessert for table 6. It'd be a shame to waste something so tasty. But it's the best way to make what she really wants to eat. Hendrik, you're always begging me to share dessert with you. Oh, that was weird. Okay, his wounds just disappeared for an instant. But I scrambled out the kitchen, grabbing everything I need. Am I clear to do this? Hell no. 2 weeks is not long enough to have permission to set things up, or set things on fire next to the diners. But a nice special, isn't it? I wheel the cart over, Feeling am I chatty, I take my time prepping to light it on fire. So, congrats on getting out of the cold place? The void. Void, God, what's it like in there? Dark, mostly. Yeah, okay, this is mostly the same, it seems like. We saw this dialogue before. She's talking about the void and how, how that works and how she made her body and blah, blah, blah. And how she eats concepts. Has her own ecosystem in her own universe, apparently. And then, one day, our universe will be consumed. As well. Amazing. Love you too, sweetie. Also, rough sex. I wonder how that works. Does she use her tentacles? Anyway, now you can stop me. But in peeling opponent, look out! And I light it up. The flame shines her eyes. I can feel the heat coming off of it. I should probably be keeping a close eye on it to make sure it's cooking properly. By looking over at Hendrik and Talaporia, they're holding hands. So simply and happily. She's gripping his hand tightly from joy. And then she jerks him across the table. Straight into the flaming cart. Now that burn, that's one that could cause permanent damage. But by this point I expected it. I can sense a pattern. You don't give a fire to a creature that loves suffering without expecting someone to get second-degree burns. And he's trying to stifle a laugh, but it's pretty obvious. He loves it. I think he's trying to keep up appearances. He executes a perfect stop, drop, and roll, and soon the flames are out. Eesh, though he's far from unscathed. Human, this was a fantastic dinner. Bring us a statement so we might repay you for your noble worship and gifts. I salute, and wheel what remains for the upturned cart away. Not long before I return with the bill in hand. So, sweetie. Abysmal choices. Meat soups. Flaming fruits. Bring additional fire so I may raise this entire city. That? She laughs. I jest, human. Why would I wish to rob myself of the future enjoyment of dining here? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Should your organs cease, kindly deposit yourself in the nearest rift. I will be pleased to craft your matter into a new species. Let me finish using it first. I've got plans. Treat it well. I'll be most displeased should my waiting be for naught. Hendrik puts his very, very bloody napkin on the table. Looking at him, battered, burned, and blood-stained, there's a vague sense that I should be doing something. Getting a first aid kit, or calling an ambulance. But that right there is just normal. That's what's normal for them. That's what their flirting looks like. I knew it. It was like a, some kind of like S&M thing going on. They have some kind of fetish. And you. She turns to face him. Surely the world will not thank you for your any continued services or stalling me. But, as you persist, and as your form does not look entirely disagreeable this evening, I find it acceptable to engage in the human ritual of mouth-touching. He springs to his feet, even though it looks like he should be stumbling over. Sweetie. Okay. She moves in for the kiss, and of course it's odd. But I don't know, it feels right seeing them together. And who would have guessed that she was capable of being gentle? Maybe that's just the way love is. Before he, snaps his jaw off. Good. Amazing. And there goes half his face. That kind of reminds me, for some reason, the way he looked there in the CG reminds me of Alex, right? That's his name from Yeek, I think. Yeek, a postmodern RPG, which I never played. I just heard like people didn't like it apparently. It was set up to be like some kind of like Earthbound kind of game, but like apparently it didn't come out that way, so just people didn't like it, I guess. But it reminds me of that meme, I'm yeeking out, Anyway, kind of looks like him too, a little bit. Oh, you love Yeek? Do you? I always feel like people are ironic, they ironically love Yeek. I don't know. I don't think I'll play it, but I just know how like people make memes about it. Like one thing I do know about that game, apparently like the main character just has really long monologue. Like he talks like forever. And so like, that's like one of the like, I guess, problems of the game. He just drones on and on and on. I mean, like a visual novel, I guess, which I've read visual novels that drone on and on and on in like a monologue. But anyway. But yeah. She's got the skin in her hand and it looks like she even took a muscle or two with it. She gives it an affectionate nuzzle. I'll be waiting by your vehicle. Do not keep me long. It's harder to tell if his lower jaw missing, but there's enough cheek muscle left to see a grin. Do you want a bandage or... He shakes his head and gets to his feet. He pulls out his wallet. He looks up at me and through the blood, he's still beaming. I'm assuming is how it sounds like. I nod back. I hope that wasn't one of his nicer ties. How much clothing do regenerative masochists go through? Best day in over 100 years. I think she might have reopened his stab wounds too. When I look up, he stumbled toward the door. Is he okay to drive? Whether Teleporter can or can't operate a car, I assume the outcome will be similarly disastrous. As he leaves, everything goes back to normal. I start bussing the table. The dead ghost may be gone, but the tablecloth is still a mess. I get it now. That closed space must be part of the restaurant, to keep people safe from their more bizarre guests. Now that they're gone, it'll be up to Hendrik to keep everyone safe. Well, good luck with that. I gathered up the check and started walking it back to the kitchen. And somehow, after a night of monsters and gore, this is the surprise of the evening. He's left me 100% tip on dinner, steak, and everything. I don't want to say that there's a price at which I'll bear this kind of treatment. I mean, what would that say about me as a person? I have pride. Still, I came here for experience and connections, and I sure experienced something tonight. My heart's still racing. The second that rift opened, I want to be anywhere but here. But now, I can't imagine working anywhere else. What do I need to research other restaurants for? This place is magic. Literally. The minute my shift is over, I need to have words with my manager. I don't mind that she didn't warn me. I never would have believed her. But I need to make absolutely certain. I want to have the Saturday shift permanently. I don't meet all the strange creatures out there and hear all their stories. This is a career. Okay. We're like the supernatural waiter, you know? We eventually grow up, like, I say grow up, but you know, we eventually become, I guess, that kind of like person that like is unfazed with anything that happens. I feel like, you know, that one character, that one side character. Anyway, but there you go. Ending 1, kissing on the 293rd date. And they'll probably go on to have really rough sex. And I do mean rough. I probably will be blood everywhere. But there you go. Isn't that cute? That looks like intestines. Anyway, I guess, yeah, there you go. That's like the final ending, I'm assuming. That's kind of like the true ending, where it is really revealed that, yep, he's just a masochist. Do you feel your intestines coming out? You know, I don't. Does your intestine have nerves on them? I don't know if you feel anything if people touch your organs inside. You know. Anyway, so there you go. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, there you go. That's the game. I think I got all the endings. It's quite interesting. I like it. You know, it's a little, I guess, comedic, bit of gore, I guess, as well. I like it. You know, I mean, it really is the meme, you know, of the Eldritch Abomination girlfriend waifu thing, you know, where it's like, me and my Eldritch Abomination GF. I don't know, it's well, it's not weird necessarily, but it's just interesting how they make it like a third wheel kind of thing, though. You know, usually if you make a visual novel like dating sim thing, you would be the one, you would be playing as Hendrik, you know, would be the idea, but I guess not. You know, you're just like a waiter for them instead. So it's kind of like you're from the outside looking in instead, you know? I mean, I don't know, I guess it's interesting from a narrative perspective, you know, because then you'll have someone who is like grounded, you know, instead of someone like Hendrik, where it's like obviously they're into it, but like you have someone who's like, you know, kind of like in comedy, right? At least, especially Japanese comedy. Usually you have like a straight man and like the funny guy, right? So you have someone that's like pointing out like what's like wrong with everything, you know, what's wrong with what's going on in the scene compared to like, you know, the people who are actually acting like silly. But anyway, but yeah, I like the art and everything. I mean, obviously the main, you know, the main star of the show, I feel like, is definitely a Teleporia, and she has a cool design. I gotta say, she does have a cool design to her. I like her design. I like her human form, I guess. But yeah, interesting. Quite I guess unconventional though. It's not like a guy falling in love. It's funny. It's like because you imagine like cliche dating sim, you'd be like, oh, they're like lovey dovey or whatever, and it's kind of hinted towards that in ending 5, but not really. Their relationships actually really twisted, as it turns out. Not exactly a healthy relationship, but like it works out because she's Eldritch Abomination and he's immortal. Apparently, he could just not die. So I don't know how that happened, but I guess it's just a thing he does. I imagine maybe maybe he's like from like a HP Lovecraftian story, like a untold story, where like he's like the main character and somehow he attained immortality. Maybe that's probably why or something. I don't know. You can only guess, I guess. Yeah, her human Sona. Her human Sona is cute. No, so yeah, I mean the writing is good as well. I like the different choices that you can make to get the different endings. That's pretty cool as well. Because I don't know if I'll show it all on the YouTube video, when I edit this. But there are various choices they can make that have slightly different scenes in them, and that kind of reveal a bit more about kind of like the lore, surrounding these two, which is kind of cool. So there's kind of like an aura of mystery, that is surrounding this character or these characters, which is pretty cool to learn too. Like little hints here and there. It is reminiscent of like Lovecraftian stories, right? So it's like you don't really learn the whole story, and it's like kind of like it's all about like how the world is going to be consumed by this, by I don't know, like a creature, that is unstoppable. So it's kind of like the premise of the entire story, really. So it's kind of cool how like there's like references to that basically. But yeah. I'm surprised I didn't try out this game earlier. I mean, I guess it really is. To be honest, because I guess I'm just really shallow. But if you would have put Teleporia in the thumbnail of this game, I would have checked it out a lot sooner. Because when I saw it on itch.io, it was just like a tentacle. It was just this. It's a tentacle holding a fork, and it's like, I don't know. It was kind of like generic. So I thought it was gonna be like just a tentacle thing. You're talking to a tentacle, but no, you're talking to like an anime girl. As it turns, or at least there's an anime girl involved anyway. I don't know. It really is like human psychology, though. It's like that's why people, in YouTube thumbnails, for example, that's why people put faces on YouTube thumbnails. Even though I find that a little bit annoying, where everyone's just making like the same dumb face, the same silly face in the YouTube thumbnails. It's just basic human psychology. People are kind of attracted to like other faces, so that's why you put faces on the thumbnails. Anyway. But yeah, I regret I regret not giving this game a chance earlier. But yeah, but it's just overall pretty good. Overall, just no complaints. I mean, very minor visual glitches, I guess. Like the small bug sometimes where the dialogue is like a different person, for example, or like when you transition from one scene to another, like sometimes the sprites kind of glitch out, like his wounds, for example, just disappear for like a split second. I don't know. I mean, those are just really minor. But other than that, I think it's really cool. I also like in the very I almost forgot, but like in the very beginning where you summon her, your UI like literally gets broken. That was kind of cool as well. It's just a small effect, but like I kind of like how that again basically references like Lovecraftian stories and like games. Like the whole idea is that if you look at an Eldritch Abomination or Eldritch being or whatnot, you literally go insane. Like the rules of reality get bent and like and everything gets turned upside down. That's kind of the whole point, right? So I do like how like the game does kind of keep in those kind of like themes in its own story, which is pretty cool. But there you go. It's not necessarily like super scary, but definitely has a lot of like those kind of like references to like horror stories anyway. So it's kind of cool. Anything else? Yeah, I think that's it. Just overall, solid little visual novel. There you go. I guess that's it for May I Take Your Order? I guess if you're watching this or watching the video anyway, then you want to see more content, then don't forget to click on that subscribe button. You can also check out other playthroughs on my channel. And if you didn't know, I also stream these games live. So you can also change the notification setting from personalized to all if you get notified when I go live. But there you go. Thanks for watching. Until next time, see you then. And yeah, that's where I'll fade out for the video. How long has it been? It's been an hour and a half? Okay. I mean, I have time to play another one, I guess. Let's see. What else do I want to play? I want to play, I guess I'll play the Animal Crossing Creepypasta game. I don't know how long this one is. Probably not as long. Harvest Festival 64. Name of the game. Full screen. Play this one next. But I like to change my settings though. The Alt tab is in the background, I guess. Alright, so I'm gonna play this one next, but I'm gonna change the title and everything. Harvest Festival 64. What do I call the title? I guess, I don't know what I just said. Animal Crossing Creepypasta, basically, is what I understand from just the description. There you go. Save. Hey, let's see. But yeah, let me see. How would I? Let's see. I thought it was a little bit dry though. I guess it was a lot of reading. Let's see. Harvest Festival 64. Welcome to the town. Looking for you just in time for the Harvest Festival. Help your friends with their preparations and enjoy life. Enjoy life is, overwritten with like creepypasta text. The developer is Warkis, I guess. Warkis. It's made some other games. Oh yeah, they made something called Hamlin's Journey, which looks interesting too. I don't know if I'll play that necessarily. I was thinking of doing that one too. Let's see. I don't like the black bars, but I don't know what else to replace it with. I guess it's too late now. I don't know. It's also full screen, which is annoying. If it wasn't full screen, it was windowed, I could easily put like a little background. I guess we do an overlay as well, but yeah, I like do some editing. I don't know. Anyway, let's see. Okay, so let me introduce this game. Let me just actually. Okay, let me do preparing for the festival, I guess. Hello and welcome to Harvest Festival 64, a short little game developed by Warkis, available on itch.io. And apparently, you're going to help your new friends prepare for the festival. Isn't that amazing? Also, this is a horror game, by the way, so a little content warning. It may contain some disturbing elements, so viewer discretion is advised. Start a new game. And obviously, this game takes a lot of inspiration from Animal Crossing, I guess, at least the aesthetics anyway. Well, let's see. Oh, hello. You must be new here, hmm? Don't you worry. You'll feel like at home in no time. You don't have a place to stay yet? You can stay at this house, right here, for now. The previous owner just moved out. What a wonderful coincidence. I'm gonna like owe, a lot of money to like a certain Tanuki or whatever. And you're even more lucky. It's just 4 more days until our big event. Our Harvest Festival. This Friday, what a joy. We still have a few things left to do for that. Of course, we could use some help. Come back tomorrow. See if either one of us needs anything. Thank you so much, and welcome to our town. Mischievous, cat face, I think. Yeah, it always reminds me of a cat. Colon 3. To me, it's a cat face. So there you go. We're playing the game. It's very much Animal Crossing. Why is it like... Why is it weird? Why are the controls weird? Okay, I guess you... I don't know why it's weird. I don't know, it's slightly weird for some reason. They got a turn, I guess? Should I use a controller? Oh, I could use a controller, actually. Hold on. But can I actually do anything with the controller? Can I interact with anything? I'm not sure. I can use my controller. I don't know if it works properly, though. Well, there's a bunch of sprites. Stuff on the ground. Can I talk to you? There you go. No, I can, yeah. Oh, hello. I'm preparing some pumpkin pies for the Harvest Festival, but I need some more pumpkins. Would you be so kind and bring me some? Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, so you can't play this controller, seems like. Hopefully there's no issues. Yeah, let's grab some pumpkins. But yeah, so obviously this is Animal Crossing inspired and everything. I was trying to think. For Animal Crossing, I played a little bit, I guess. I can't remember which version I played, but you know, it's a very famous Nintendo game. You know, where you just kind of like you move into a new town. There's a bunch of like randomly generated, you know, animal creatures that you talk to. It's kind of like almost like not really a dating sim, but similar. Because you don't really date anyone, really, but... thank you so much. Now I can make some delicious pie for the Harvest Festival. Don't forget to try them this Friday. Smiley face. Alright, that was it. That was our task for Monday. Now it's Tuesday. But yeah. But I never really kept up with it, you know, of Animal Crossing. I don't know. This kind of felt like... I mean, it's supposed to be, like, supposed to be relaxing and everything, but I don't know, it feels kind of grindy. I don't know, it's kind of like this... Not much to do except just, you know, it's like playing an MMO really, without any combat. You're just like crafting, I guess. Not really crafting, but you're gathering materials and just doing a bunch of stuff that takes a long time. Usually like it takes real time as well, like real time days, I guess. Hey, Greenheart. I'm still busy repairing this bridge, but I'm sure it'll be done by tomorrow. In the meanwhile, I want to build a big bonfire for the Harvest Festival. Could you grab me some wooden planks for that? Thanks. Okay, I got some wooden planks for you. Okay. You know, the pocket animation, though, really is reminiscent of Animal Crossing. This really is the Animal Crossing aesthetic to it. I'm assuming as well, you know, the game's name, Harvest Festival 64, is a reference to the Nintendo 64, if you didn't already know. I'm assuming Animal Crossing was first released on the Nintendo 64, right? No, N64? I don't think I never had an N64. I've only ever, when I was a kid anyway, I only ever saw an N64 when I went over to a friend's house, you know, to play Smash or whatever, you know? Hey, Green Orb. That's all I need for now, thanks. Are you sure the bridge will be repaired by tomorrow? See you at the Harvest Festival. Yeah, I never had, like, Nintendo consoles, really. The exception is the Game Boy, though. I did have the Game Boy Advance. And I think I had a Nintendo DS as well. I only had the portable stuff, really. Well, there you go. The bridge is apparently repaired. Even though it looked repaired before, but... Oh well. It's a fun little game, by the way. Just a fun little game. It's very innocent. You talk to animals. You do things for them, that's all. Hey, yo! I know that I should do some stuff for the Harvest Festival, but I'm so tired, you know. I'll start tomorrow. Okay. So you're just lazy, you're procrastinating. Great.
What do? I need a job. I need to work. If I have no purpose in life, then what's the point?
You need something?
Hello, you. Have you seen any of these shiny stones? I love how shiny they are. Can you help me find some more? They're just what I need for the Harvest Festival. Thank you, heart.
I'm gonna get some shiny stones. Amazing. I also noticed that everybody's a cat, by the way. You know, in Animal Crossing, there's a variety of creatures. The varieties creatures. But it seems like in this town, everyone's a cat. Is this a segregated? Is this a segregated community? Also, I can just like walk in the water. I guess go here real quick. Yes, just like walk in the water. Walk in the ocean. Great. Well, what's this? Are you okay, bro? Dude. Anyway, so somebody's got the police. They got to get this corpse out of the water. You know, it's gonna like rot. It's gonna pollute the surrounding area. You know. Anyway, grab this stone. I guess we'll grab another stone. There you go. I got some shiny stones for some people. Surely they'll like me now, right? I'm doing things for these people. They're so shiny. Thank you so much. Hope to see you on Friday, friend. Heart. I don't know. I'm a little obsessed with Neurosama, by the way. I don't know if anyone's familiar, but like Neurosama is like the AI VTuber. Basically, someone just put like an AI chatbot to be like a VTuber. And normally, I to be honest, I don't usually watch a lot of VTubers. But then Neurosama, I don't know, for some reason that bit of artificiality just makes me actually interested, you know, in the technology as well, and the whole like meme surrounding her, you know, or it really, but you know, I don't know, something get like interesting about Neurosama, even though it's literally like an AI chatbot. I mean, it reminds me of Hatsune Miku as well, right? I like Hatsune Miku because she sounds, you know, if you didn't know, Hatsune Miku is a Vocaloid that's like, it's a vocal synthesizer that sings songs, but like it's a robot, right? It's just an artificial voice. I think recently as well, you know, there's a lot of AI voices that sound really human-like actually, and I think Hatsune Miku, I don't know if it came out like anytime soon, but like I think eventually her voice will be upgraded too. You know, I just imagine what her voice will sound like when it's actually upgraded with the current technology. It will sound more like human. Part of the charm was that it did sound like a robot though. But anyway, I'm still so tired today. Would you mind getting me some more of the mushrooms, yo? I need like 10 more or something. I really need them today because the harvest festival's happening tomorrow, you know? Thanks, eh? Okay. Yeah, that's another like Animal Crossing thing. Like all the little animal villagers. Did I eat it? Did I eat the? I don't know. It seems like I ate it. Maybe not. I didn't eat it. Anyway, I was gonna say though, a lot of the Animal Crossing villagers as well, they always have little like quirks to them, you know? They always have like little sayings or little catchphrases that make them unique, I guess. Again, I never play a lot, I don't know. Animal Crossing sounds cool, you know? I do like the idea of like a living, like breathing simulation, you know, of like a town. So you're living in a town, like kind of like The Sims, I guess, but like much more smaller, right? More smaller, and at least, you know, ostensibly, you know, a bit more depth to it as well. But I don't know, when I play Animal Crossing, it does feel, I don't know, it does feel a little bit shallow because eventually the villagers just, their dialogue repeats, you know, and then you talk to them, they say the same things. So it doesn't feel like a living, breathing town. It just feels like it feels like Oblivion NPCs, you know. So that's where it loses a bit of the magic, I feel like, in my opinion. When the villagers, you know, eventually just repeat the lines, you know. It's just very obvious that they're just NPCs. Which makes me think, actually, you know, speaking of AI, I wonder, again, if video games will utilize AI for dialogue, it will definitely make it more dynamic. At least make it seem a bit more human if they have different things to say, you know, so they don't eventually run out of script, you know, when they like repeat their lines over and over again, where it makes it so obvious that they're just NPCs. I think there's a mod for that, actually. I never looked much into it, but I've heard about it. There's actually a mod for like, I think Skyrim. Also, this guy's still dying. But yeah, there's like a mod for like Skyrim where it replaces the dialogue of AI, supposedly. I mean, I mentioned before, but there's that Yandere Girl game as well that uses AI chatbot or whatever. I don't know. I'm just thinking, you know, what the future of video games would be like. I wonder if that would be a good thing or not. It does remind me of like randomly generated content though, like No Man's Sky, which didn't do very well, at least when it was released. That's the problem with like randomly generated content, you know, if it's not really focused, it might feel a little bit ironically, robotic, right? Doesn't feel like doesn't feel unique. If everything's random, then nothing's random. But anyway, I got some mushrooms. Thanks, eh? That was some good work right there. Now I got everything I need. See you tomorrow at the Harvest Festival.
Friday, 13th. Dawn of the last day.
Okay. I mean, if you didn't know, if you didn't know already, by the way, ignoring my inane ramblings, this is a horror game, so I'm gonna warn you one more time. This is a horror game. It's so obviously a Animal Crossing creepypasta, so I think, yeah, okay, all right. What's going on? Someone's burning alive at the stake, I'm assuming. Or not the stake, Some pies, some delicious pies. Whose head is that? Where do we get these people from? Anyway, hey, what's up?
So happy. Pie lady helped me to sew my belly back together. After we put all the shiny stones in there. Now I can't wait to go swimming.
You shouldn't go swimming on a full stomach. You're gonna drown. Oh. Okay, they're just gonna no clip away. Alright, good. What about you? You enjoying the festival?
Amanita muscaria. I ate them all. Ah!
Okay. And they ascend to heaven. Or maybe hell. Alright. Can I go in these houses? I never got to go in these houses, by the way. Part of the charm of Animal Crossing is to visit all the villagers' houses and see their furniture, and everything. We never got to go in the houses. Anyway, anything else around here? Just the waterfall again. We got the fish, we never did all the little, anyway, we never did all the core features of Animal Crossing, which is like fishing, insect catching, mining. A lot of things to do in Animal Crossing. It's basically just grinding in the MMO, like getting resources. Which, to be fair, I've done a lot. I've done a lot in RuneScape. I played so much RuneScape when I was a kid. I did so much shopping trees. That it wasn't even it wasn't even like gameplay. It was just clicking on things over and over again to get my level up, And back in the day, my internet was so slow I couldn't my internet was so slow that I couldn't even multitask, like kids these days. Instead, I had to just have it on one screen, just click on the same thing over and over again. And I did find solace in that, as the game is corrupted by the way. It's like, okay, something's wrong with the TV. I feel like, can someone jiggle the cables real quick? Just slap the TV. No, like my game's bugging out. Developer. Okay, it closed. All right, I think that's it. Is that it? It just ends there. I'm assuming. I don't know if there's anything else you can do. I'm looking at the screenshots. It's kind of it seems like. All right. I don't know. There's a different ending. I don't think this is. I don't know. I mean, it's a very short game, so. Let me see. Let me look at the. Let me look at a video that someone made. 5 minutes. There you go. Okay. Yeah, that's it. It just glitches out and then you lose. Or you don't lose, but All right. Well, let me open it up again just to have it on the screen. I don't know. Actually, is there a more to this, or it's just that's it? I'm assuming that's it. All right. Some water. All right. Very, very short. I guess I'll just give my final thoughts. This is what I usually do for YouTube videos. But all right, there you go. I guess that's it. Very short. It really is just just a short little Animal Crossing creepypasta game. There you go. I mean, I guess if you're really expecting, it's just a cute little game, and then suddenly it just turns to it turns like really scary and dark and everything. Just suddenly, I guess it would kind of creepy you up. But I went in kind of expecting that, to be honest. So it wasn't really unexpected. But there you go. I mean, not much to it really. It's just it sought out to do one thing, and then it did its thing, and that's kind of nothing deeper than that. It really is it's just a little like again, just a creepy little game. I mean, not much to say, but I guess I mean, I like the aesthetic and everything. It is reminiscent of Animal Crossing and everything, so it does have that little cute aesthetic, and then it gets a little creepy. I don't know if there's any secrets you can find. I mean, other than the floating dead body in the ocean, I feel like that might be somewhat missable if you're not looking at everything. But other than that, I don't know. I don't know if there's anything deeper than what it's shown. I wish there was, but I don't know. I usually like. It depends though, I guess. But I usually like to dig a little bit deeper, But it doesn't seem like there's anything. It's just scary for the sake of being scary. There's no like deeper meaning to it. But there you go. I guess that's it. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, yeah. I mean, I like how just a small thing, but I like how it works with the controller. It's like some games don't work. Indie developers sometimes when they make games, for some reason, I'm just reminded of Loplight, but for some reason the controller doesn't work for some reason. Or like if your controller's plugged in and somehow it glitches the game for some reason as well. Sometimes that happens. So I do appreciate how this is compatible, with the controller. As sure as it is, at least it's not buggy, I guess. Other than the intentional, glitches at the end. But yeah, there you go. I think that's it for Harvest Festival 64. Again, really short, but I guess this is a short little spooky experience, but there you go. I guess if you want to see more content, then don't forget to click that subscribe button. And if you want to, you can also look at my try that again. Take two, because I don't know. I want to try that again. But there you go. I guess that's it for Harvest Festival 64. If you want to see more content, then don't forget to click that subscribe button. Also check out my channel for other playthroughs as well. Also, if you didn't know, I also stream these games live, so you can change the notification. I don't know how to say notification. Why is that a tongue twister, by the way? Notification. Anyway, I'm gonna do that again because I'm obsessed with intros and sign-offs. Even though I imagine only 2% of people even bother watching the video to the very end anyway, but I like to be somewhat professional, so even though this is all live anyway, but I edited for the video. Try that again, take 3 for the ending part to it. But yeah, there you go. That's it for Harvest Festival 64. If you'd like to see more content, then don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Actually, I don't like saying that. Take 4, because I don't like hitting. People always say that in YouTube videos, hit that subscribe button, smash that like button. I hate that for some reason, so I'd rather not say that. I don't know. Again, take 4 or 5, 6. I don't even know. Try again. Okay. There you go. That's it for Harvest Festival 64. If you want to see more content, don't forget to click that subscribe button. You can also check out my other playthroughs on the channel as well if you like. If you didn't know, I also stream these games live, so you can change the notification setting from personalized to all if you want to get notified when I go live. But there you go. Thanks for watching. Until next time, see you then. And that's all cut. Okay. This is what I do. As you see this all live, it's uncut, It's all uncut. So you don't see the behind the scenes where I just fumble with the intro and the outro 10 times. If to be honest, streaming this kind of makes me, it forces me to just keep most of my mistakes, when I'm actually just playing the game in the middle. Because if I was recording this locally, I do feel the temptation to restart every 5 seconds. Whenever I stutter or not say a word correctly or something, I'm I want to restart, but I can't because this is live. I don't want to restart every 5 times, Anyway, but there you go. All right. Yeah. That was it for Harvest Festival 64. Again, very short though. I didn't realize it was that short. I thought it was gonna be like maybe like 20 minutes, but it was actually really short. It was like more like 5 minutes, really. So I had to like fill out, I gotta fill in all the dead air with like a bunch of random ramblings. But I'll exit the game. I guess the next game is something called Rosetta and the Well. This will do next. Let's see. Put it up. I'll probably take a break first though. It's been about 2 hours technically. Probably take a break first, but let me change all the settings first. Game. It's another horror game. I don't know. I just play a lot of horror games. Yeah. I play a lot of horror games recently in general. It's not like my favorite genre or anything. Well, I mean, I don't want to think about it actually. I mean, I like psychological horror rather, but you know. I mean, what I'm trying to say is that it's not exclusively the type of game that I play only, but it just happens to be on the channel. Most of my horror games, because then they're more interesting to me usually. Because I played so much games. Cause in the past, I played so much games that are like slice of life and like just like pure like visual novel dating sim. And it's kind of boring to be honest. You know, I the reason why I play a lot of horror ones is like there's at least a little bit more conflict to it, you know, a little bit more spice to it. If this is just like you're just dating a guy or you're dating a girl, and it's like, and then you fall in love and then you kiss or whatever, it's kind of like it makes me sleep. You know, it's like boring. I don't know. It's like it's so cliche. Like I don't get much from it, you know, not much entertainment from it. I much rather have a little bit of horror, you know, so at least there's some kind of conflict in the story, right? And you don't need horror to have conflict in stories. That usually, when there is horror, indie developers put conflict in their stories, you know. So that's why but generally I prefer any kind of conflict, really, any kind of drama. I guess. I mean, that's what it's called. I guess it's called drama in terms of like storytelling. But you know, Anyway, I'm just gonna look in the store page. And I don't see how I describe this. How do I even describe this? It's kind of like meet Rosetta Holloway, a kind and hardworking young adult with a curious streak and a love of gardening. In her backyard is a stone water well filled to the brim with black water. The fact that this well didn't previously exist there is one thing, but then strange noises start coming from within it, which prompts Rosetta to investigate. And then comes out a mysterious mermaid. Okay. Okay. I'll just say like mysterious mermaid in my backyard. Romance broke, death and gore woke. So yeah, sort of. I mean, I don't know. I do like gore, I guess. I don't know. It depends though. It depends on the gore. I mean, it depends. Depends if the gore is like more like psychological horror gore. If it's like just gore, like an action movie, or like limbs are being chopped off and like people being decapitated, like in itself, it's not that interesting to me. It's just when it's framed, you know, in like a psychological horror kind of way, is when I'm more interested. You know, I don't know. I'm just edgy, I guess. You know, I just like edgy stuff. It also depends though. I feel like, again, I always say this, but like for edgy, I feel like edgy, it depends on how you use it, but the word edgy sometimes can also just mean like racist. You know, like, I don't know, like you're like an edgy person, meaning like you just make a lot of like edgy jokes about like racism or like sexism or whatever it is. You know, because the implications that you're a kid, you know, you're just like saying like you like saying things that like make other people angry, basically, or just being offensive. I mean, that's what it is, like being offensive in general. Which I don't like that definition of edgy. I prefer like, you know, edgy as in like, as I said before, like gore and stuff. I don't know, like just like a gothic theme, you know, that kind of edgy, like emo edgy. I don't know. I like that kind of edgy. I don't like Nazi edgy. I don't know. I feel like that term has been changed recently, in my opinion. At least from what I've read on the internet, I feel like when people say edgy, they say like, you know, you're being racist, which I don't like. Being racist. That's not edgy to me. That's just being offensive. You know, that's not edgy. I don't know. Anyway, But yeah, the next game will be Rosetta and the Well. Apparently, there's a mysterious mermaid in your backyard. That's the title of the game. I changed the thumbnail as well. Let me double check. You always have to change the thumbnail. I make a custom thumbnail for every game, by the way, which is not a lot of work, really. I just gotta find some kind of relevant screenshot of the game and maybe do a little bit of editing. Which is on Twitch, you don't need to do that. On Twitch, it's like automatic. On Twitch, they just show a screenshot of your gameplay. But apparently on YouTube, you have to make custom thumbnails for everything. That's what it seems like anyway. But yeah, for now though, it's been about 2 hours, however. So before I start this game, which looks pretty interesting, like a horror visual novel, I guess we'll see what it's like. I don't know. I'm giving it a shot because I have no idea if it's good or not. But seems interesting. But yeah, before I start this game though, I'll take a quick break. I'm gonna grab a snack, go to the washroom, and I'll be right back after a few minutes. Then I'll play Rosetta and the Well. We'll see why she's sweating so much. Why she's so sweaty? Anyway, BRB. All right. Silly Bandit is saying, have a good day. Oh, do you mean you're leaving? I guess I'll see you. I'm assuming. No, it's weird though. My chat UI is being blocked by like a weird icon. Because OBS has like a chat thing. I guess I call it like a chat window that is part of the OBS program, I guess, or software. but now there's like a emoji thing. It's weird. It's like I can, for example, click on 100, I guess. And then I clicked on it, and now I'm signed out. What the heck? Oh no, I'm gonna reload my thing now. What the heck? I don't know. It's like a weird like emoticon side. I don't know what you call it, but like emoticon UI that is in the way. It keeps blocking chat messages. It's like weird. Anyway, that's why I can't see the message. Have a good day. Also, it takes a million years for the chat to show up, by the way, on stream. It's kind of weird, too. How does it do that? Such a big delay. I wonder if that's an option. I put the delay very low, though. Stream settings. There's no added delay or anything. Streamlabs.com. Widgets. Chat box. Login. Widgets. Chat box. Where's my chat box widget? Because that's what I do. You know, there's a when you stream, by the way, or record, there's something called OBS. There's Open Broadcaster Software. People sometimes mix it up with Streamlabs. You know, so there's something called Streamlabs OBS. There's OBS Studio. There's Streamlabs OBS, and people mix it up because Streamlabs OBS is a modified version of OBS, and that's what I don't use. And I don't know if it's I don't know. I don't know if you should use it or not, but to me, it feels like just a bloated version of the default OBS, and I prefer just using default OBS. I feel like I don't know, it's better to use the basic version. So there's less fluff. However, by default, there's no chat box, I guess, UI thing, which I like to use, I guess, sometimes, you know, in case people leave a chat message. And also, what are you typing? Why are you typing that? I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, the chat box thing. Sometimes, you know, I respond to a chat message, but like if there's nothing on screen, people will think I'm crazy. I feel like, I don't know. Maybe people will get the message, but I feel like it's a little confusing. You know, if I respond to a message in chat and you know, nobody sees the message, right? At least afterwards in the VOD, I feel like people will get confused because I've done that, you know, for a while in the beginning, and I don't know. Again, for the most part, maybe people get it, but like. I feel like it would be confusing to me as the viewer, so that's why I have a chat box thing. But anyway, that's all just to say that instead of using Streamlabs OBS, I use its widget, which is like a little add-on instead. Like you use like a browser source, you know, basically like a URL. So I don't know why. Again, I don't know why you said come. Are you like? I don't think that's got that kind of stream. If you want to type in "come" a whole bunch, then you need to watch a different streamer called Jabroni Mike. Actually, you know, I like watching him, though his chat is a little unhinged. But if you want to just type "come" all the time, then you should check out Jabroni Mike. He's a popular streamer. He's like way popular. I mean, I don't know. Very parasocial. Just mentioned like I feel like streamers, but like I don't know. But yeah, Jabroni Mike definitely. That's his chat. If you want to just type in I don't know, like semen, cum, you know, all penis jokes. Basically, it's just for some reason that's his chat culture. I mean, it is pretty funny, but like, you know, it's not what I do all the time though. There's a bit of class here, okay? We don't just yell cum all the time. It's just kind of weird to do that. I don't know. I like to at least be a little bit normal. You know? Anyway, all right. I don't know. All right. Enough rambling. I want to play this game though. So, Rosetta and the Well. Well, like horror visual novel. Let me introduce it with a video, I guess. Drinking some water though. Alrighty. So let's see. Rosetta and the Well. I guess it's something about like a mermaid appears in your backyard. I guess. And it is a horror game, so I guess tagged as horror. I don't know how much horror it is, but I guess we'll see. Hello and welcome to Rosetta and the Well, a horror visual novel developed by Atelier in the Wonderland, available on itch.io. And apparently, one day, a mermaid appears in your backyard in your well. Apparently. I guess we'll see what that means. And a little content warning though, this game is tagged as horror, so there may be some disturbing elements. Viewer discretion is advised. Let's begin. Alright, let's check out this visual novel. For some time now, there's been this strange little well just off the back garden of my house. I'm not sure where it came from or how long it's been there. All I know is that it simply showed up one morning after a particularly heavy storm the night before. Maybe it was because I'm used to seeing strange events, or because nothing eventful seemed to come of it, but I initially didn't pay it too much thought. Just a well. On one occasion, while I was out tending to my garden, I swore I could hear something coming from within it. It sounded like a voice. An indistinct sort of whimpering, mixed with the sound of sloshing water. Save the game. Not that it matters. Also, I feel like I've played a few games that had like a whole well theme to it. It's like someone's stuck in the well, or you're stuck in the well. I don't know. No, watch and wait. I rooted myself in place for a few minutes, listening to the noise until I was sure I was not coming from anywhere besides that well. Or I was sure it was not coming from anywhere besides the well. The longer I waited, the more insistent the sound seemed to become. Even so, I dare not move. I couldn't help but feel that something bad would happen if I were to give in. And yet, despite all reason and logic, a small part of me felt drawn towards the sound, as if an outstretched hand was beckoning me from the murky depths. Which part of me do I listen to in the end?
Gaga, kotowaru.
I run away. I got up and ran from the side of the well, back into the safety of my home. I avoided the garden for the rest of that day. Okay, well, hold on. You looked up Jabroni Mike. The first thing you saw is a picture of Link. Oh yeah, because he's playing, I don't know, I feel like now I'm getting parasocial, but like, I feel like, or rather, no, he was playing Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, you know, the Zelda game that came out and everything. I mean, it's the game that everyone's been playing, like literally everyone. And I guess there was some, I didn't watch much of his stream, I guess, but like, there was some joke about like, you know, having femboy Link on his screen or whatever. I don't know. Anyway. Also, I'm checking the chat box. Why is your message pop up yet or on stream? I'm just thinking like how much of a delay there is. Why is there so much of a delay on the chat thing? Well, is it not working? Why is it not just not working again? Weird. I thought I fixed it. No, I say fixed it. Let me. Oh, there you go. See, it showed up now. Why does it take so long? Look at that. There's so much of a delay on that chat message. There isn't a delay on my stream, is there? I mean, I have low latency mode on, so maybe there's just a delay. Like, maybe I just don't see the chat message for quite a while, but I don't know. But then it should appear about the same time, right? I don't know why there's so much of a delay. That kind of like irks me. You know, it's like, it's so much of a delay. Streamlabs chat box delay. I'm searching that right now. I don't want to troubleshoot like at this very moment, but I just want to see anything that says. Well, there's a Reddit thread. Someone also has the same problem from 2 months ago. There's an answer that says, I don't use OBS Studio, but something with the chat box and YouTube just don't agree. Okay. Delayed messages. Then that never happened before. Yeah, I don't know. There's some kind of glitch. All right, I don't know. I switched to Streamlabs specifically because I wanted emotes to show. How do I show an emote? Like some kind of emote. For example, I didn't even say it. It's taking a million years to send. There you go. It took like 5 million years. See, I wanted to send an email like that, yes, and then it would appear on the chat box. You know, because that's what I'm using Stream. Before I was using Stream Elements. Stream Elements seems to work perfectly, but it doesn't show emotes. Is the thing. But the problem with Streamlabs, it seems like, is that there's a really large delay until you actually see it on the. There you go. See, you see it now. I think you actually see the emote now, but like it takes so long for some reason. Why is there such a? I don't know. So it's either like you deal with the delay but get emotes, or you don't get emotes but it's a better chat experience, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't even matter anyway. I'm not like a giant streamer anyway. You know, I'm not like a really big streamer or anything, so it doesn't really matter. But it's just the little things that irk me, I guess. Anyway, I guess we'll leave it for now. I guess I'll consider switching back next time. I guess maybe. Because I don't like the delay. The whole point of why I even have the chat box, you know, appear on the screen is that, again, so people don't think I'm crazy. You know, that I'm not talking to like a ghost, even though I am talking to myself most of the time anyway. But you know, that's what a let's play is. But anyway, all right. Look, back to our regularly scheduled program. I'm obviously going to edit most of that out of the video itself. But let's see. I avoided the garden for the rest of that day. No matter how hard I tried to drown them out, the image of the well, the sounds coming from it, I could rid neither of them from my mind. Ultimately, I never did find out what was making that noise, nor did I have the heart to do so. I suppose that this choice would be the correct one in the long run. So then, why do I feel so scared right now? Alright. Neutral ending. Scared to get... Okay. I always pick this kind of ending first. It's like... just run away, you know, never engage in the main plot and simply leave. That's what you would do in real life. Anyway, so let's go back. We're not gonna do that, I guess. All right. So let's actually engage with the story and approach the well. You know, the main plot device of the entire game. I'm imagining that's why it's in the title. Somehow, the well looked eerier. I guess that's the word. Somehow the well looked eerier viewing it up close. It made my discomfort rise to a considerable degree. It was probably from the early morning dark, but the water looked so murky and black, more like ink. It was just a bit less viscous. Not to mention, I couldn't make out anything in the darkness. The sound became clearer now. I could definitely tell it was a voice, but the words were too muffled to discern. On inside the well. Hello? Are you alright down there? No response. Perhaps I wasn't loud enough that time. Call out again. Hello? Can you hear me? Says Rosetta, by the way. Obviously, that's the main character. It's the name of the game, Rosetta in the Well. Still nothing. Perhaps it was all a trick of the wind. The well looked like full of water, so there's no way an ordinary land dweller could lurk at the bottom without drowning. But I can't help but wonder still. Okay. I don't know. Well, I tried leaving before. I imagine that would just give us the same ending, so third time's a charm. Excuse me? Well, excuse me, princess. No, again, total silence. Come to think of it, why am I even doing this at all? Do we even want to know what's down there? What if there was something truly dangerous lurking at the bottom of this well, and I was simply stirring up a hornet's nest by calling out into it? The longer I dwelled on these questions, the more uneasy I became. I don't think I can bear it anymore. I suppose the best option now is to turn back. I don't feel confident enough to handle this on my own. And thus we simply leave. But, yeah. What was that? No, it couldn't be. Could it? Yep.
What the hell?
Good thing those nipples are not showing. I don't know. I'm just thinking about YouTube and how it might ban me if I somehow accidentally show boobs. Hello there, young lady. I take it you are the one calling for me from beyond the well. I suppose you could say that. Who or what are you exactly? Where are my manners? I am Galatea, the mermaid of the well. I just happened to claim this particular well right here. It is a pleasure to be acquainted with you. A mermaid? I take it you're not all too familiar with merfolk. No, I'm actually quite familiar with merfolk. I watched that one movie from Disney. I've grown up around them, as a matter of fact. Oh, okay, well, actually, it just exists in this world, apparently. I just didn't expect to encounter one in my backyard, of all places. I understand. And your name is? Names have power. They do say you shouldn't give your name away so easily. But, sure, I'll just say my name. Rosetta. Rosetta Halloway. Rosetta, is it? I'm quite fond of it. A lovely name for a lovely lady as yourself. Oh, thank you, Miss Galatea. My pleasure. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Before my eyes was a mermaiden with snow white hair and a complexion just as pale. I can certainly see where she gets her name from. But among all that white, what stood out in particular were those eyes, those piercing ebony eyes. Something about them felt eerie, uncanny even, almost like the eyes of a porcelain doll. I've seen many mermaids growing up along the coast of Winterport, but never one so unsettling in appearance. Even so, I decided to continue speaking with her. It's too early for me to draw any definitive conclusions. Now then, Rosetta, what business do you have with me? I heard a strange noise coming from this well, so I decided to investigate. Dear, you must have overheard me then. I apologize. It's just, I just had like a really, I just really had a hardcore gaming session. It just made loud noises because I was really stuck on this one boss. She's called Melania. No, I apologize. It's been such a long time since I've had any form of contact with the world above. It can be lonely down in these deep waters, with nothing but my own thoughts to keep me company. It's an absolutely miserable experience, I'll admit. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. You needn't apologize. None of this is your fault. In fact, I've grown quite accustomed to the solitude. But even so, it'd only be a matter of time before it would drive me mad. So, I like having someone to talk to every now and then. As such, I wish to cherish your company before I'll have to leave again. There was a game that I played, kind of recently. What was it called again? I forget what it was called. It was that game that also included a mermaid, and let's just say it didn't really end on exactly on a happy note, I feel like. Anyway, as such, I wish to cherish your company before I have to leave again. Would you kindly spare some of your time to that end? Oh, I suppose I have some time in my hands. Good. Let's take our time and get acquainted with one another, starting with you. I have been fascinated with the world above for as long as I can remember, and I've had more than enough time to think of plenty of questions to ask about. But for brevity's sake, I'll just stick with 3. Is that alright? Go ahead. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Now, tell me a hobby of yours. What does one do to pass eternity? Oh, I don't know. We don't have eternity, is the thing. Humans eventually die. Now, a few things. Cooking, drawing, sewing. But one thing I've been particularly into is... I guess... save? Reading. Let's say reading. Reading. There's no better evening pastime than getting cozy in my reading chair by the fire and getting lost in a good book. Sometimes with some hot cocoa, sometimes while my cat, Camellia, sleeps beside me. Some particular genres I'm into are romance, mystery, anything gothic, paranormal thrillers, and so on. My mother was a novelist for a time, and my father dabbled in poetry while he was away seafaring. So I suppose that's part of why I love literature so much.
Are there any particular stories you like? Well, if I had to pick one, I'd say The Shadows Among Us. Among Us? Among Us? Sus? No, I don't know. The word is forever ruined for me, by the way. The Shadows Among Us, a novel by Shirley Blackwood. Oh, The Shadows Among Us. What's the story behind that one? It follows a paranormal detective, Oliver Balfour, investigating a peculiar missing persons case. As in, a person goes missing every month, that returns the day after as a walking silhouette. Without giving too much away, the story can get pretty intense and downright scary at times, but also have moments of tenderness. It also includes an imposter that you have to find out in a... No, anyway. For instance, like when Oliver comforts a distraught little girl whose mother was claimed by the phenomenon. You know, the title alone already had me intrigued, but your description makes me think this is a story I'll really end up enjoying. I'm thrilled to hear that, Galatea. If you're looking for more book recommendations, do look to me if you can. Does she read books? In the water, you know, say, do you make waterproof books? Wow, such a valuable insight. I must thank you, Rosetta. Now, moving on from hobbies, I want to know more about where you live. You mean my hometown? Winterport? But of course, as mentioned before, this well is the only place I've known for a long time, so I want to know more about what's outside of it. Winterport, I'd say it's a very lovely town to live in, with lots of nice people and magical beings like yourself. Actually, my house is located just off its outskirts. Takes about 5 minutes to walk there from here. I see, but I have no legs. I cannot walk. So, you know, it's really incredibly offensive, Rosetta. What about Winterport? What would you say is your favorite part of it? Honestly, if I have to pick one thing that most interests me, I have to say, I don't know this part. I feel like this is just like a date, you know, we're just asking about each other. I guess the docks. Why not? The docks, but the mermaids. The docks. Winterport is widely known for its fishing and cruising industries. When I was younger, my father used to captain a cruise ship known as the Oceanus, and my mother would sometimes take me to a tour around on it. I'd sometimes look out of one of the ship's windows and catch glimpses of various sea creatures, including merfolk. Merfolk? Like me? I would presume yes. Speaking of which, Winterport has a very tight but delicate relationship with the Sea King. As long as they pay the proper tribute and respect the balance of the seas, the town is free to do so, to do as they please in his domain. If that bond were ever to be broken, then we'll get a bad ending in this visual novel. I mean, no. But I digress. You seem to be very fond of the sea. My mother actually used to be a mermaid. That is before she gave up her tail to marry my father. Is that how it works? You just do that? You just take your tail off? Is that so? So it is. So, based on that information, that would technically make me the Sea King's granddaughter. I guess that would make you some form of royalty. I never thought of it like that. I suppose that would make sense, given the circumstances. Well then, I believe this brings us to our last question. This one might be a bit more personal, if that's fine. No worries, Galatea. What do you wish to ask? It's about your loved ones. My loved ones? I apologize for not mentioning this earlier, but to put it simply, I don't exactly have what one would call a family. Not anymore, at least. I don't have any friends either. The ones I love, they all abandoned me long ago, leaving me in this well to die alone. Oh, Galatea, that sounds terrible. How could anyone think to do something so cruel? I wonder the same thing every day. But you, dear, you're not like them. Were you there taking time to speak with me, to answer my questions, despite how I may appear, you know, and totally not, like, using this information to steal your identity or anything, and, like, you know, disguise myself of you and ruin your life? I don't know. I feel maybe that I could be completely off the mark, but, like, I just feel like these questions are just, like, it's like the questions that, like, a website asks you, you know, like, to scam you or something. It shows that you really care, and I'm thankful for that. I mean it. I truly am thankful. I'm happy to have been so helpful to you, Galatea. Now, about my question. If there was anyone in your life that you loved most, anyone at all, who would you say that was? So I totally won't kill them. I mean, what? Goodness, I have so many loved ones, so that might actually be a bit trickier for me to answer. But if I had to pick someone, that would be... I don't know. my parents, my cat, my boyfriend, my cat. I don't know. I choose cat. With 3 eyes. My cat, Camellia. She's somewhat of a nag, but also a true sweetheart and my greatest confidant. Confidant, rather. She's so cute and her fur is so soft and fluffy, I can't help but want to pet her whenever she sleeps next to me. I got her when she was a weekend, and I've cherished her with all my being ever since. She's practically like a sister to me. Ah, Camellia certainly sounds like a cute cat name. How old is she now? Also, is it just me? I've noticed some little popping. I don't think it's my microphone. I feel like it's the game. I don't know. That's kind of like annoying, actually. I don't know how. I could turn it off, but I don't want to do that. I don't know. I'm not sure. Anyway, maybe it's not so bad. How old is she now? Well, she just turned 7 last week, actually. So you've been together for some time, then. We've been through thick and thin together. I can't imagine life without her, in fact. With Camellia by my side, I know I'm gonna be alright no matter what happens. And I'm sure that she feels the same about her loving, caring owner. I don't see why not. I don't know, maybe it's just my end. I don't know. It could just also be my my IEMs, you know, my earbuds basically. Making like a weird cracking noise. I don't know. And with that, I believe I have all the answers I need. Thank you again for choosing to speak with me, Rosetta. From what you told me, I can tell that the world you live in is a truly wonderful and interesting one. I got no legs of my own, being a mermaid, but I'm grateful nonetheless I've gotten to hear your descriptions of it. It's great news, Galatea. Oh, it's such a shame I can't seem to help you leave that well you're in. I'd love to show you around Winterport, introduce you to all the wonderful folk within it. I was so caught up in a conversation I forgot to mention. There is, in fact, a way that I could potentially leave, and it just so happens you have the exit key. Exit key? I don't understand. What exactly do you mean by that? Your legs. What about them? What about my legs? For me to leave this well would require that I have a pair of human legs. Legs such as yours. I waited far too long for the opportunity of freedom, and with your arrival, said opportunity seems to have finally fallen into my hands. Rosetta, what I ask of you is this. Take my tail and give me your legs, so that I may escape this hell and experience the human world for myself. How about I just carry you, though? Can I just put you in like a little fish tank? With like a little like cart, you know, and just push you towards the ocean? Can you just do that? No? So in other words, you want me to switch places with you? The time between you and me, all the dialogue we exchanged thus far, all the compassion you've shown me. You're so willing to share your knowledge with me to let me experience your lovely town through your words. Surely this small favor would be too much for you to accept. I don't... Your legs, dear. Give them to me. Give me your legs. But surely there are better ways to help you, right? The Sea King, my grandfather, perhaps I can talk to him. I can convince him to give you legs. Like he did with my mother. I'm afraid that won't work, Rosetta. This well's magic holds me captive, and has a very specific set of conditions that can't be broken. It's unfortunate to say, but there's no other way for me to leave. There isn't. No, there isn't. You have to be the one to make the decision. Good lord, what have I gotten myself into? Perhaps I was right in being suspicious of the well after all. Sounds Galatea made within it. Her asking all those questions. It was all just an elaborate setup to trap me? For what purpose? How do I know she's even telling the truth? She seems so kind from the time I've spoken of her, and what she says is true, and I can only imagine how much pain her isolation brought her. But would it really be worth it to give up my legs? My life? Just for someone I've known only for a day? I guess it can't be helped. I have to make a choice now. Either give my legs to Galatea or leave her behind in the well. I have to really think this one through, though. Once I make my decision, there may very well be no going back. I save my game. I use the power of time travel. Sure, what's the worst that can happen? What's the worst gonna happen? We're just gonna live in this well forever, you know, just suddenly just swap our legs, and now we just have to live in this magical well prison forever. Don't worry about it. Easy. Sure, why not? Let's give it to a complete stranger.
just like, just guilt tripping me and all that. When I was young, my parents told me to help others whenever possible. I read various stories about heroes saving others whenever they were in danger. Of brave knights slaying demons and protecting their loved ones from evil. To be honest, I've always wanted to be a good person. To be a heroine that people could rely on and look up to. I don't like seeing others in pain, and I feel like a bad person leaving them to suffer. This isn't even worth being called a sacrifice, I don't think. It's quite laughable, really. I know where I would be heading towards my death right now, and yet I still accepted her offer, because I felt like I was doing a good deed. Am I doing this because she was being genuine in her words? Or am I just being blinded by my sense of altruism? It's called a savior complex? Anyway, regardless of the truth, I've already made my decision. Even if I were to die from this, if my death results in the improvement of many lives, then at least it won't be in vain. Many lives? More like her life, but... I'm so glad we could come to an agreement, little lamb. Now, allow me to take those off your hands. Or should I say feet? It was then that I was seized by several black hands emerging from the well. Their touches felt cold and wet, and their grasps felt almost firm as they gradually brought me into the water. This honestly should have been terrifying, yet I was unafraid. Calm, even. As I was being dragged into the watery abyss, I thought about my past. About my past decisions. What led me to this situation. I thought about my garden, my book collection, my cafe days with Christopher. As I slowly lost consciousness, I thought about my parents, Camellia, the tiramisu siblings, and everything that I'd come to care for by that point. I thought about Galatea and the conversation I had with her. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen Galatea at all since I agreed to give my legs to her. Perhaps she already left and I just didn't notice. At least that's what I chose to believe. As with the weird hands just rip off the legs, by the way. I hope that none of my loved ones are around to watch me right now. I don't want them to feel hurt by my disappearance. Okay. Kind of like... It's kind of like, what do you call it? It's like a corking the... Well, I don't know what you call it. Like, tying up the legs, I guess, to turn into like a mermaid tail. Anyway, Barbara? Oh, looks like there's someone at the door. Hopefully they brought some good news along with them. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right with you. Ah, Prince Rosetta. Rosetta. A sight for side eyes, as always. Good afternoon, Mrs. Holloway. I hope you don't mind me coming over here so suddenly. Oh, not at all, sweetheart. Come, make yourself at home. Thank you, ma'am. Eugene, we have company. Alright. I guess that's Chris? Okay, so these are the parents. That's okay. I guess we're changing POVs. I'm assuming. Christopher is a moth boy? Is that what it is? I don't know.
Hi, Christopher. Good to see you, young lad.
It's good to see you also, Mr. Holloway.
So, what brings ye to our humble abode?
Is he talking like a pirate? It's like,
Arr! So what brings ye to our humble abode?
Apparently he was a seafaring captain, right, or something? I wanted to ask about your daughter. Rosetta, I mean. What about her? I wanted to know if either of you knew where she went lately. I've had a particular question in my mind recently, so I went to her house to let her know how I was feeling. But she wasn't anywhere to be found. Nobody knew where she was either. Not even her pet cat. Apparently you can ask the cat. I'm assuming the cat speaks, It has 3 eyes. It could probably speak, in this world of magic, I guess. I figured that you two would have some idea, so that's why I'm here now. Oh dear, sweet Christopher. I'm so sorry. What? Miss Mrs. Holloway, what does that mean?
Lad, let me break the news to you in the nicest possible way I can think of. You see, Rosetta's been declared missing for several days now. We ain't seen or heard anything of her since the 12th. Nobody has.
We've done everything in our power to locate her. We've spoken to my mother, my father, my siblings, Eugene's mother, Camellia, the Winterport Investigation Department, just about every local we could think of. I recall even the Tiramisu household got involved at one point. But alas, our search party has turned up nothing.
Since you came here to ask for her whereabouts, I take it the information hadn't yet reached the fair folk over in Doptera.
I don't think so. I see. Well, if either of you need me, I'll be in my back garden trying to cool my head. I believe the stress is finally starting to get to me.
Take all the time you need, Barbie. This whole thing's been hard on all of us.
I don't know. I'm a pirate voice.
You mateys.
So, rather, he's saying that. So, yes, Mr. Holloway.
You said something earlier about wanting to ask Rosetta a question, correct?
Yes, I did say that.
Alrighty then. Well, I don't mean to be nosy and all, but would you be okay with telling me what exactly has been bothering you?
I suppose I can do that.
Go on then.
Well,
No worries if you can't find the words right away. I know that part tends to trouble you.
I want to ask Rosetta for her hand in marriage. How old are these people?
Well, what's that? You want to marry the girl?
Yes, sir. I mean, we certainly like each other, and we've been a couple for about 5 or 6 years now. We've known each other for about 20-ish years at this point. Okay, so they're at least 20. She's nice and caring and sweet, and she's got a cute face, and I love her cooking. I like the way she laughs. She always wears the prettiest outfits, and we share a lot of the same hobbies. She's really passionate.
Slow down there, boy. I think I get what you're trying to say.
Sorry, Anyway, I really want to spend the rest of my life with her, and I was wondering if she'd be okay with being my wife. Just don't show bright lights, next to him, and he'll be fine.
Well, certainly you have my support. You're a brave fellow who's willing to give his all to make his sweetheart happy, and I like that. Reminds me of my younger self, actually. Should we find her alive, I'll sure you make the finest husband Rosetta could ever have. Assuming she's not dead and a corpse somewhere, got killed by a serial killer.
Well, the audience, we know, she's not exactly dead, I guess, but I appreciate your blessing. Thank you, Mr. Holloway.
Don't mention it.
Eugene, you remember there being a water well in the back garden?
A water well? I don't remember having no well installed back there.
Honey, I think you should come here and see this.
Huh? What is it, Barbie? What's going on?
Mr. Holloway, what's happening? Is everything okay with Mrs. Holloway?
A mermaid? I don't get it. What's one doing in a well of all places?
No, Eugene, it's not just that. This mermaid. The mermaid in the well. It looks just like...
Dear God, you're right. The face, the hair, the heart-shaped birthmark on her lower back. Yet I can't see a single speck of light in her eyes.
Mother, father, why are you crying? No, it cannot be. I refuse to believe it. Eugene, please. Please tell me it isn't so.
I don't know what else to tell you, Barbie.
Mrs. Holloway, are you okay? You sound incredibly upset. Christopher, don't come over here. I beg you, please don't. For your own sake.
Barbie, I get you don't want the lad to be hurt and all, but I don't think keeping this from him is going to do any good.
What? Keep what from me? What do you mean? Christopher, is that you I see?
No way.
Oh, Christopher, my sweet little angel. I'm so glad you're here. Tell me, my love, do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for this very moment? Rosetta. Okay. Bad ending, of course. Legs to one, mind to none. I guess that might also... Maybe that implied that when she swapped places with Galatea, I guess, she might have been isolated in that well. Kind of like, what do you call it? Like, actually, I don't know what the word for it is. Like time dilation, maybe? kind of like the hyperbolic time chamber in Dragon Ball Z. Like maybe she was actually stuck in that well for longer than we think, and eventually she went crazy. I guess, kind of similar to Galatea. I guess. I mean, other than that, I mean, she looks fine. Again, can we just carry her? I mean, I guess not. I'm assuming the well is magical, so you can't just leave. But it just feels like it's not so bad. Just like move her and just put her in like a little fish tank. I don't know. Anyway, well, there you go. That's what happens when you just trade legs to a random mermaid that you met for like a few minutes. It's a bad idea, Don't trust strangers. All right, there you go. That's one ending. A neutral ending and a bad ending. How many endings are there again? It says here, there's actually 4 endings apparently. Okay, well, I guess we'll see. Anyway. All right, so that was interesting. Let's go back here, I assume. Actually, I was wondering if... Well, I don't know. There's some... I don't know. There's choices to say, like, not to give your name away, so maybe that's the thing. I don't know, anyway. Alright. Well, let's head back here. So this is when Galatea was asking for our legs again. This time...
Daga, kotowaru.
I'm sorry, Galatea, but the answer will have to be no. What? What? We're having so much fun together, and yet you refuse to do this one favor for me. Galatea, listen. Of course I enjoyed our time together, and if we met under different circumstances, I'm sure we could have had an absolutely fantastic friendship. But as it stands, if your freedom comes at a cost of everything I've worked to achieve over the years, my friends, my family, my cat, my books, my garden, my home, my dearest, my life, my soul, my very being, then I'm sorry, but the cost is one I'm unable to cover. We talked for 12 minutes. How dare you not give him your legs? How could you? How could you stand to be this heartless? To treat me like garbage, when I've been nothing but nice to you all this time? You don't mean that, surely. Galatea, please understand. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'd love to help you if I could, I really would. But as selfish as it may sound, I cannot bring myself to make such a major sacrifice for someone I've hardly known. I hope you understand. Please forgive me. Okay, just goes back into the well. How unpleasant. And to think that my chance was finally within my grasp. I'd gotten this close to finally being rid of this rotten vessel, only for the opportunity to be lost at the last moment. That girl. It's truly a shame she's as foolish as she appeared to be. With a beautiful face like hers, she very well would have made a fine replacement for Galatea. Where did I go wrong? My methodology worked perfectly thus far. I thought it'd be no different here. And yet, I can't take it anymore. This hunger of mine has eaten away the very last of my patience. I've come too far to abandon everything now. This sadly leaves me with only one option. If I can't have my way, then I'll just take it by force. Bugger. Bugger. I feel like it's a British thing. Is it British to say bugger? I can't remember. I think it's very British. I guess we're in Britain. I don't know. Bugger. Yeah? Camellia? Rosetta. Rosetta, can you hear me? I'm behind you. Yes, Camellia, I can hear you fine. Then what are you still doing standing there? Hurry and make a run for it, Rosetta. Quick, into the house. Okay, I'm coming. At Camelia's prompting, I ran as fast as I could to my house's back door, with black hands giving chase behind me. You're almost there, keep going! I'm going as fast as I can. Once inside, I rushed to lock and barricade every door and window I could. I also made sure to close all the curtains for good measure. I could vaguely hear loud banging noises outside the house, as the hands desperately try to find an entrance. I feel so afraid right now. What did I do wrong? What do I do to make it right? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have rejected Galatea like that.
I should have told her yes. I should have. Good work, Rosetta. That should hold him out for a while. You could have gotten seriously hurt if I hadn't called for you back there. We're out of the woods for now. It won't be long until those demonic hands manage to find a way inside, you know, just typical demonic hands. Eh. Rosetta? Rosetta, are you alright? I'm such a fool. I could have let this happen. I could have let this weird mermaid, you know, try to kill me or multiple shadow hands, I guess. How could I have been so stupid to let this nightmare come to fruition? I don't think I can ever forgive myself for this terrible mistake. Oh, Rosetta. Don't say that about yourself, please. You're better than you think. If only I had been so naive. I'd been a bit more cowardly, a bit meeker. No. I'd have been the opposite, then I would have lived a happy, fulfilling life. I wouldn't have to die like this. Wait. There, dear. Cry as much as you need to. You have every right to feel the sadness you do now. Just know that I'm here for you. Amelia? What is it? I'm a good person, right? Yes, Rosetta, you're a good person. You might not always make the best of decisions, but we all tend to do that sometimes. Even the great geniuses of this world aren't immune to this fact. What ultimately matters is how you handle your mistakes and that you strive to better yourself as a result of those mistakes. It was kind of weird, like we're having like a moral thing, you know, moral of the story kind of thing. But like, she didn't actually do anything wrong though. I don't know. Like, I feel like this would be more impactful if she, I don't know, attacked the mermaid or something. She didn't literally do anything. She just said no and walked away. That's like literally anyone would do that, actually. I don't know. Anyway, so you're saying is that there's still a chance to fix it. Why is she assuming she made this in the first place? How would you predict the giant shadow hands? You know? That makes no sense to me. Anyway, whatever. Perchance. As long as we stay close, and we wasted too much time here. If we're to get out of this situation alive, we need to act quickly. The kitchen's the next room over. There's surely something there that could help. Let's go. You know, I wonder if our decision earlier would have affected that scene, actually. Because I remember how, like, Galatea asked, like, well, what's your most loved person or whatever? I chose the cat. So, like, maybe that's why the cat is appearing? I'm not sure. Anyway. No, this won't do. This is no good either. Camellia and I desperately searched the kitchen for something, anything that could help defend ourselves against the approaching threat. We searched high and low, and from the cupboards to the drawers to the pantry. In our painstaking efforts, we eventually came across a knife, you know, a classic knife, or a bag of salt. I don't know how would a bag of salt help us, but maybe she's in a well, so that's why she can't get out of the well because can't be near the ocean or something. I'm not sure. I mean, a knife is the obvious choice, I guess. We're gonna take the knife. We're gonna stab this bitch. Anyway, I quickly reached for the large knife in my knife drawer. The blade glistened softly as I examined it in the light. Salt wards demons? Maybe. I mean, depends on the demon, you know? I don't know. It's not a lot, and I doubt it'll be much help against an army of rapidly extending arms, but I suppose it's worth a try, you know? It's just, you gotta activate your anime moves. You gotta like, hiya, hua, hua, you know? Just stab all the hands. And just like clockwork, a pair of arms broke through one of the kitchen windows. Another three burst into the living room ceiling. Single-minded in their goal, the arms all rushed towards me like a pack of ravenous wolves. And at that moment, I knew what I had to do. I had to activate my Bankai. My super anime move. My Kamehameha, Spirit Bomb, Ninjutsu, One Punch Man, Superpower, Duper Attack. I don't know, anyway. With the kitchen knife in hand, I went on the attack. Hiya! I wildly swung and stabbed my knife into near his arms, while Camellia attacked some of the others with her teeth and claws. 1, 2, 1, 2, and through the kitchen blade went snicker snack as the large black arms swarmed us from all directions. Looks like they're slowing down finally. That's good to hear. Now we just need to... Yo. What the? No. No. No.
can't be serious. How have these bloody arms still not exhausted themselves? Even so, we did our best to fight tooth and nail until an opportunity opened up for us to escape. But that opportunity never came. The arms kept coming in such a rate that it became nigh impossible to fend them off. Before we had any proper time to react, we were completely overpowered. I struggled to break free from the hands' grasp as my vision began to blur. The arms had become so numerous by then that they almost seemed to merge with one another. I was beginning to see much more dark than light, too. Rosetta? Where are you? Camellia? Camellia, is that you? Rosetta, don't worry. I'll find you. I'm right here, Camellia. Please help me. Don't let them take me, I beg you. Sorry, Rosetta. Couldn't... failed you. Camellia, no. No, you didn't fail me. Please stay with me. I don't want to die. I don't want to be alone. Come to me, Camellia. Please. Please. Well, that was the last thing I remember shouting before everything went black. And then got consumed by the hands. I'm assuming also... I guess we'll see. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in the depths of a black ocean. Demons or slugs? I don't know about that. Anyway. I thought it was snails. I mean, was it snails that you put salt on? Anyway. Well, I guess the same thing. There's no way to tell up from down, nor the amount of time I spent in this place. I looked around, but it didn't see anyone or anything else near me. No possible exits, no signs of Camellia. I couldn't find the damn knife. Part of me wanted to scream for help, but my body felt incredibly heavy and tired. I couldn't even bring myself to wiggle my digits. I felt several of those hands grabbing hold of my arms and legs, but I remained motionless still. I no longer had the strength to fight back, and my senses were fading fast. It was only a matter of time before I succumbed to unconsciousness. I'm so tired. So very tired. Tired of running. Tired of fighting. Tired of fearing of my life. Perhaps if I closed my eyes and let myself drift off for a bit, then everything would eventually turn out fine. After all I've been through, I wanted nothing more than to sleep. Yes, sleeping would be the easiest thing for me to do right now. If nothing else, I can at least find solace in knowing that this nightmare will eventually end. Soon, very soon, it'll all be over. I don't have to worry about anything anymore. The end. It's right within my grasp. I can see it now. Here it comes. Alright. And then we just freaking get murdered by a bunch of tentacle hands. Good. Alright, good. Maybe your chat's delayed because of your name? I don't know. Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, I've seen the chat like kind of delays, kind of like it fluctuates for some reason. I don't know if you can test that out. Maybe you could change your name. I mean, I don't even can read your name. Your name is like a emoji. You should have like just a normal name, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. Anyway, but yeah, turns out, you know, our dexterity, you know, isn't high enough to handle a bunch of tentacles with our knife. We're not strong enough. Oh well. All right. I'm assuming, you know, in the story anyway, it goes the same way where she gets turned into like a mermaid. You know, as it turns out, by the way, Galatalia isn't like real. It seems like maybe, you know, Galatalia is like just maybe like a clone, maybe, or like an imitation of like a mermaid, and the true monster is actually these little hand things, I guess, some kind of like weird creature thing. I don't know. It's kind of like that fish. What do you call it? The angler fish, you know, where like it has like a little light in front of his face that tracks fish, but then the actual like fish is actually a giant creature that eats other fish. It's just baiting people. It's called schwa? I'm not sure what that is. At least on my end, your name looks like a shrimp. Like a shrimp emoji. That's what it looks like to me. I don't know. Anyway. Alright. Okay, so let's try that again. Let's go here, I guess. Some water. Okay. Well, as unconventional as it is, maybe we should try some salt. You know, maybe this will actually work. Let's see. The power of salt.
Sea salt? And what exactly do you plan on doing with that bag, Rosetta?
I read before in the paper that salt can be used to ward off evil spirits. So I figured that if I throw some of this salt at the hands, they'll scatter and dissipate.
Oh, interesting strategy.
But are you certain you know what you're doing? I'm not too confident either, but salt does me good in the garden and the kitchen. Surely you won't let me down here.
Alright, Rosetta. I believe in you.
And just like clockwork, a pair of arms broke through one of the kitchen windows. Another three burst into the living room ceiling. Single-minded goal, arms all rushed towards me. At that moment, I knew what I had to do. I used the power of salt. Hiya! I grabbed a handful of salt and tossed it at a few of the arms. Just as I expected, the arms began recoiling as though in pain before they retreated. I tossed more salt at the remaining arms, they all reacted the same way.
Rosetta, it's working! The hands are scattering just as you said.
Yes, see, I knew it would work. No time for celebration just yet, however. Quickly, to the garden! With the bag of salt under my arm, I rushed alongside Camellia towards the strange well on the back. Once we got close enough, a familiar figure emerged from the black water inside. And there she is. It was Galatalia. No, rather, it was a half-decayed, Piston? I'm gonna say that word, to be honest. Piston shell, made to resemble a woman who presumably bore that name. Okay, so it's revealed, yeah, Galatalia was never real. It was just a corpse. It was like a puppet, you know? Even at a distance, the stench of rotting flesh was incredibly potent, so much so that it nearly made my eyes water. I could hear a voice coming from the mermaid's mouth, but her lips were barely moving.
Hello again, little lamb.
Not only the appearance, but the voice was also much different from before. It sounded slower, breathier, more like two voices speaking in almost perfect unison, one noticeably lower than the other. Well, can't really do that at the moment, you know, I can't get some kind of voice filter. As the voice continued, the mermaid began making clumsy, erratic gestures like a poorly manipulated marionette.
Now, lamb, I believe we might have had a rough start, don't you think? Come now, don't give me that look. I would love nothing more than to right the wrongs between us, you see.
Galatalia, listen to me. This has to stop. You're being completely unreasonable right now. You know, it's like you're trying to kill me with your many arms, you know? Don't you know that's just rude?
It would seem I've made you upset. How foolish of me. But surely we could work something out, yes? If you would just try to understand me. Understand me. Then I'm sure a beautiful friendship could blossom between us. Please, just put the salt bag down and release me from the well. That's all I ask of you.
Goodness, this abomination simply can't take a hint, can it? Let's finish it off, Rosetta.
Ah, this must be your kitten. She looks absolutely adorable and fluffy.
Keep your filthy rotten hands away from my Camellia. Hiya! Get wrecked. Without thinking, I retaliated with another handful of salt to the mermaid's face, causing it to emit a terrible shriek of pain. I stifle a gasp as I look on in horror at what I've done. Oh dear. I'm sorry, Galatalia, I didn't mean to.
You wretched thing.
I try to be nice to you. I played along with your little game, and this is the thanks I get in return. Is that how little consideration you have for your peers? You know, I'm just gonna gaslight you to the very end. Please, Galatalia, I swear it was an accident. I wasn't thinking. It was an unconscious reflex.
Enough of this frivolous masquerade. I need to feed. Now.
Several more hands emerged within the mermaid, causing its hollow body to tear. A truly disgusting display. Thank goodness Camellia was nearby to help me stay grounded. I'm not sure what would have happened to me otherwise. But even so, nothing could prepare me for the sight that followed. Okay. It's like an SCP. I see now. How did I not notice it earlier? This is no ordinary stone well, but a malicious entity taking the form of one. I can see the malice in its crimson eyes as it directed its gaze at me. So this entity's strategy was to lure unwitting prey under the guise of a mermaid trapped in a well, with the mermaid in question apparently being a sort of vessel made out of its previous victim. Speaking through the vessel, it'd hold conversations and act friendly with the prey to steadily lower their guard. When certain conditions were met, the entity would pull the victim with its maw and consume them. You know, you're just gonna explain all this, by the way? It's kind of like an anime, you know? It's like, whenever, like, the protagonist does, like, a new move, like in JoJo or whatever, and then, like, there's, like, a third party, like, literally explaining everything. Like, I don't know we need that explanation, really. Anyway, but when certain conditions were met, the entity would pull the victim with its maw and consume them. I mean, it's kind of already explained on the other endings, you know? I guess maybe if you got this ending first, maybe you would need an explanation, but I don't know. I feel like some things are left, you know, to your imagination. Anyway, but after an unknown period, the entity would fashion the reins to a new vessel and begin the feeding cycle anew. If my theory is true, then I suppose it's up to me to end the cycle once and for all.
My. You sure do love making things more difficult than they need to be, don't you? Are you truly that obstinate that you can't even bring yourself to follow the simplest of instructions?
Don't you dare talk down to me, you miserable pile of horseshit! Do you truly believe that I'll let you get away with this?
Alright.
I haven't properly introduced myself. I suppose now would be a good time with my dearest Galatea being out of commission at the moment. You may call me how you say that actually? Pygmalion? Pyggy? How do you spell it? Pygmalion? I think it's a thing actually. It's a play apparently. How do you pronounce it though? I'm gonna Google.
Pygmalion.
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 Pygmalion, apparently. Pygmalion. Alright. I go to translate Google. I don't know any other faster way to get like a text to speech thing, but I just go to translate.google. It's filled with slugs? I don't know about that. Let's see.
You may call me Pygmalion. I believe I'm what you Homo sapiens would call a demon. Pleased to meet your acquaintance.
Shut up. I don't care. I don't care. If you think I'm just gonna continue playing along with your charade at this point, then you're sorely mistaken.
Oh goodness. You're a feisty little lamb, aren't you? You know, I could simply grab you and drag you down my gullet right this second. Bring about your demise right here and now, before you even have the time to feel any form of regret or fear. That opportunity is most definitely available to me, and on any other day I'd be more than happy to take it. But you know what? I've grown quite fond of you, child. Your pretty face and a oh-so-lovely voice. For the time we spent together, it's become an earnest wish of mine to make you my companion and to satisfy your every worldly desire. After all, aren't friends supposed to help each other, to want each other's happiness? Shut up. As such, I've decided to extend a compassionate hand and not take your opposition towards me for the insult that it is. This is your last chance to reconsider your behavior, and why would we? And this is when I take out my shotgun. You know, isn't there such a thing actually? There's such a thing as a salt shotgun. That's like a thing you can buy. You know, it's like a shotgun filled with salt. It's apparently people use it to kill insects. Anyway, either you forfeit your life willingly, or I tear it out of your hands. What will you do, lamb? What will you do?
Rosetta? Rosetta, say something. Do something. Anything. Please.
Listen to the feline, lamb. There's only so long I'm willing to wait for your answer. I'm incredibly famished, you see, and it's already well past my dinner time. Whatever you're thinking of right now, it better be worth my waiting.
Beings like you are vile and wretched, toying with people's emotions, luring them in with a false kindness, pretending to be their fans until you're able to use it for your own selfish purposes. As you may know, Winterport is filled to the brim of people who love me. People who truly care for me and support my passions, while
Without any hidden motives, unlike you. I'm not about to turn my back on those people just so you can satisfy your twisted hunger.
You dare speak to me with such insolence, even despite my warnings, my generosity.
There are many types of fair folk in this world. Some of them kind and others cruel. But you? Your brand of awful greatly exceeds that of the latter category. For you to commit such atrocious acts against innocent humans, without so much of a sliver of remorse. Monstrosities like you deserve to be burned, until none, not even ashes remain. Okay, and then we pour this out. Okay. You know, I was just wondering why Pygmalion even bothered seeing like,
"Oh, I've got you. I'm going to kill you now,"
even though it was at such a disadvantage in the first place, though. You know, so it was like I don't know. I felt the scene was a little bit less impactful or less intimidating because we had the salt in the first place. Like it would be more. I don't know. This is just a small complaint. It's just a small thing, but like I felt the scene would be much more cooler if she didn't have the salt, you know, in the first place. Like for some reason she was disarmed, and then she, you know, was cornered before, you know, then getting the salt and then, you know, pouring the salt. You know? But anyway, that's just me, I guess. Now what's wrong, you wretched thing? Didn't you say you were hungry? This should be more than enough to satisfy you then. Go on, gulp it down to your filthy heart's content. Blah, blah. Nah, too much salt. I don't like it. The demon let out constant gurgles of agony as I poured the remaining bits of salt into its maw. As I did so, it began to slowly melt into a black sludge. Meanwhile, Camilla scratched the demon's eyes, causing it further pain. just to add salt to the injury. But anyway. There, this ought to teach you some manners, young man. The distress noises, though well admitted, were sickening. Yet I continued to pour the salt from the bag. More and more salt. All the salt in the world, more salty than an Overwatch lobby. Finally, after some time, the salt had run out, and all that was left of the demon was a pile of black sludge. It was a revolting yet relieving sight to behold. It's over. It's finally over. You did it, Rosetta. You poured salt like a demonic well. You did it. I suppose I did, didn't I? Seems like it was good to buy that third salt bag after all. Yes, so. Wait. Hold on. I spot something in that sludge pile. Something white. Allow me to dig it up. Camille, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Why do you say that, Rosetta? Pygmalion's been neutralized now. What harm could he possibly do as a pile of black goo? Well, you see, the thing is... Okay, it's just a skeleton. Is that Galatalia? Or, yeah, what's her name? Galatalia? Oh dear. What? Bones? But if those came from that pile of sludge, then that could only mean... Those remained silent for a few moments as the cold realization of what exactly we witnessed had settled in. That poor lady. Was that damn well done? After around 2 minutes, I was the one to break the silence. I believe I have a phone call to make. Alright then, you go ahead of that. I'll be phoning you shortly. You gotta call the coroner, you know? Gotta call the funeral director. Thank you for calling the Winterport Investigation Department. What seems to be the issue? Hello, this is Rosetta Holloway. You know, there's like a demonic well that tried to kill me and everything, and I poured some salt into it. There's also a murder victim that's in my back garden now. Or at least, you know, the remains of her anyway. I'm calling to report an incident that occurred at my place of residence. Alrighty, Miss Holloway, I hear you loud and clear. Now, could you perhaps elaborate on said incident in as much detail as possible? I'll try my best. Apologies if my speech is a bit disorganized. I'm still rather shaken up by it all. It's fine, I understand. Take your time. Thank you, sir. Now, where do I start? I then went ahead and explained to the operator everything that had occurred that day. I told her of the encounter, Galatea, of the demonic well, of the black hands, of the bones we found in the sludge. I really adore how reassuring that young man sounded. I could feel the tension in me melt away as soon as I spoke with him. He then sent me an investigative team to my house to clean up the aftermath. A few more lengthy interrogations later, the bones were identified and given a proper burial. My house needed extensive repairs due to all the damage that they had caused, but my parents were kind enough to let me and Camilla stay with them until everything had been fixed.
To be honest, it was rather nostalgic sleeping in my own room after so long. Sure, I've been converted to a guest bedroom after I moved out, but it still managed to make me feel like I was a young girl again. Some days since my stay, Christopher had come over, carrying a very special question in his heart. A question that would change my life forever. And then they got married. Okay. Looking back at all the endings and everything, I guess, the bad ending where she traded her legs, by the way, I guess at that time, I guess that meaning, from that ending means she died. So, turns out, if you make a deal of the well, you're just a corpse. So, anyway, some months later, and here we are in the present, newlywed to my beloved mom. So, I hope this marks the end of that heart-pounding tale, Doki Doki. Calling that journey eventful would be a grave understatement in my opinion. Also, Cyclops?
Oh, thank the stars you and Camila made it all right. I wouldn't know what I'd do without either of you around. It's no trouble at all, really. I managed to come out unscathed at least. On another note, thank you again for agreeing to do catering for the event. Of course, anything to help a friend. I didn't let my brother down when I helped out at his wedding, so of course I won't let you down either.
She married the cat? No, she didn't marry the cat. She married the moth boy. I don't know if you heard earlier. But the Christopher, was introduced a little bit earlier in my playthrough. In the bad ending, actually. Anyway. Plus, weddings are good for business. So many guests with hungry tummies to feed.
I suppose.
Are you still upset over the whole thing, Galatea?
Somewhat, yes.
Knowing that for all that time I've been speaking with a puppet maid to lure me to my demise.
It sort of left a bitter taste in my mouth. I still wish I could save that lady, spare her from the fate she'd been dealt with.
Rosetta, dear, we talked about this. Dressed up cat.
Well, it's unfortunate. It's an unfortunate reality, but the fact remains that there are some people that are simply beyond saving. That white-haired girl was one such person by the looks of it.
But there ain't no need to beat yourself up over it. Our fate had nothing to do with you, sweetheart. Arguably, by stumping that dastardly Pygmalion in his tracks, you saved countless lives from suffering the same fate. Not a bad bargain, methinks.
Father, you and Mother have always given such comforting advice.
Hey, can I say something too? I don't see why you can't.
It's your wedding, after all.
Thank you.
Rosetta might not seem like it at times, but you do much more good for us than you think. For example, ever since we met back when I was a wee larva, I wonder what he looked like when he was a larva, I'd be able to become much more open about my thoughts and feelings. I was too focused on being good heir to the Doptera throne when I was younger, I never let myself be true because of it. But thanks to you, I don't have to bottle myself up anymore. I can let myself be soft, because of you. Be soft? I'm not the best of words and sometimes say things without thinking about it. But I'm very glad to have met you, and I'm glad that I get to have you as my wife. Oh my goodness.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm so happy right now. Y'all make me so happy. I love you all dearly.
We love you too, Rosetta. You've been such a bright spot in our lives, and we're glad to have been one in yours. And Ariel? Oh, brother, I'm assuming? Hello? What seems to be going on?
Why, hello to you, Frato No One. We're just having a nice conversation with our blushing bride here.
Sounds absolutely lovely. I must once again congratulate Miss Rosetta and Prince Christopher on their engagement.
Oh, thank you, Ariel.
I'm very pleased, Mr. Tiramisu. You're very welcome. Oh, okay. They were, I guess, briefly mentioned. Yeah, the Tiramisu family, whatever. Tiramisu. Young love is such a beautiful thing, is it not? Takes me back when I first met my own blushing bride, Dolores. Oh ho ho. Lolita Caremia, how I love you so.
Ariel, is there something particular you wish to say?
Oh yes. I actually came over to let everyone know that the cameramans finished preparations for the wedding photos.
Ah, brava. Perfect timing.
We'll be waiting for you all in the West Wing once you're ready.
Aye, Ariel.
Follow along, everyone. We're coming. Alright. Okay, there you go. Just a little photo at the end. Who's that? Who's this? It's the Thing from the Addams Family, except blonde. Right? Was it the Thing, or was it called again? I think it's called the Thing, right? Or am I mixing it with the Hand? I forget what it's called. Anyway, the character of the long hair. That's just hair. In the end, I'm glad that a happy ending had come from all of the Tormo. This isn't the first struggle I experienced. I feel like it won't be the last, but at least I've got good company to help me bear it all. And for that, I'm truly eternally grateful. Wait, one more thing. And then there's more. Galatea, it's really unfortunate the things you had to endure. I hope you're in peace now, and that you're no longer in any pain or agony. Perhaps one day, if the opportunity comes, we might get a chance to genuinely know each other. No facades, no manipulation, no wolves in sheep's clothing. Perhaps then a genuine friendship could blossom between the two of us. When we resurrect you into like a zombie thing, you know? I mean, it's a magic town, apparently. They're like necromancers, you know? Anyway, until that day comes, may you rest in peace. Wherever you are right now, I hope that's as bright and sunny there as it is here. Farewell, Galatea, from the bottom of my heart. Galatea Andalit? Anyway. Juren! All's well that ends well. Okay, this is the final pun, by the way. Alright, there you go. Okay. Also, Moth? Okay. There you go. I think I got all the endings. I feel like it kind of I'm gonna be honest, it dragged on a little bit there. It kind of lost me there a little bit. It's kind of like, I don't know. It's kind of like it just... That always happens. It happens a lot, I feel like, in a lot of games. Where it's like, and everything's great. And everything's happy. And it's great. And it's happy. And it's great. And it's great. And it's happy. And it's great. Yeah, I got it. I got the message. You don't have to, like, go into a whole spiel how everything's great for you now, you know? It's like, I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, the only thing, I mean, I don't know. Let's just say what I like about it. So overall, I think it's all right. You know, I like the whole little twist. You know, about how like the well turns out it was kind of like an anglerfish thing where it's like it's not. She wasn't real in the first place. You know, she's trying to trick you into like becoming her friend and everything. I felt like we could have spent more time with that though. I felt like there's a whole like moral of the story here about like, you know, trusting people and like toxic relationships, you know, kind of like a theme here going on. But like, we didn't really spend long enough for that to really, I feel like, be impactful, you know? Like, we didn't spend a long time, Galatea, I feel like. She just asked a few questions, and then we choose to give her legs or not. Yeah, that's kind of it, you know? I feel like instead of spending so much time on, like, the whole backstory, you know, especially, you know, like, I feel like the developers just wanted their OCs, you know, to show up at the end, but I feel like instead of doing that, as like, you know, quote unquote fan service, I guess. I feel like we should spend more time with maybe Galatea and maybe just, you know, like hinting towards her darker side, maybe instead of like doing the twist too early. You know, I feel like we could spend a little bit more time on like about the mystery, you know, surrounding the well and the mermaid and the Galatea, and maybe like subtle hints to her, like what she actually is and everything, and then, you know, do the whole thing, and then, you know, and just finish on that instead of like spending time on just introducing a bunch of OCs and like, you know, and then you got married, and by the way, here's some Cyclops characters, you know, I mean, they look fine, but like, you know, it's just not relevant to the plot. So I'm like, you know, especially for like a short story, I feel like it needs to be tighter, right? I mean, maybe it's fine. I mean, maybe some people like it, but to me anyway, I just don't like fluff, you know, especially when it comes to like a short story. I much prefer it just being like very focused on what you're trying to, you know, communicate in terms of like the message, right, of your story. And I feel like anyway, at least the themes anyway, is kind of like, again, it's kind of like actually like a toxic relationship. That's what it seems like anyway, you know. It's kind of like Galatea, you know, she seems nice and generous or whatever, and like and everything, but like she's just doing it to get something from you, right? It's like very reminiscent of like a toxic relationship, or like someone like a narcissist like gaslighting you or something, or guilt tripping you, you know. It's like it's really much like that. That's the feeling I get. And obviously there's the supernatural element of her actually being a corpse, you know, being a puppet of like a demon, but you know, that's what stories are, you know, they're kind of like metaphors. So I like the idea though. I also like the bad endings and everything. I like how, you know, it gets kind of really dark, and especially if you accept the deal. And in hindsight, actually, you learn that if you do accept the deal, you just die, I guess. You just become like a corpse puppet. So when you think about it, it is pretty dark. So I like that. I like how, you know, I like the psychological horror aspect of it. But yeah, dev service. I mean, I guess, yeah, dev service. I don't know. But I do feel like, yeah, it's a little bit too much fluff where like you're trying to add like a date. I'm not a dating sim, but like, I don't know, like a romance aspect to it, where I feel like that wasn't really the premise of the story. I feel like anyway, the story is definitely about this well, right? And should you trust this well or should you not, right? So like that part of the story I was interested in. And I was kind of like, I like the mystery surrounding that. I just feel like it was a little bit too much, again, like extra stuff that doesn't need to be in the story. And also, at the part where she just explains everything, and by the way, this well is a demon that tricks people, and then they consume them, and then they turn into a puppet, and la na 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 na. I felt like that could be left out a little bit, or at least or shortened, shortened and a little bit more hinted towards instead of just being explained at the end. Again, that's just what I prefer anyway. And from visual novels, everyone has different preferences, but for me, I much prefer more of like more of like a subtle thing, where it's like they don't explain everything at the end. They just kind of like give foreshadowing, right? Foreshadowing and hints, from the beginning, so you come to your own conclusion by the end. It's clear by the end that what this well is. It doesn't have to be explained to you, right? To me, that's a perfect story. Like when the story doesn't have to explain it to you, but you know what happened, right? To me, that's like a very good story. But anyway, but yeah. Anything else? The art, by the way. So the art, I think it looks fine, actually. At first, to be honest, my first impression of the art, it reminds me of those gacha animations. I don't know if you're not familiar, like if you look it up, like a gacha animator or whatever, it's kind of like this animation template that people use, and it's a bit of a stereotype actually, because a lot of people use it for like YouTube videos and whatnot, especially like kids. They use it for the random animations, and it's kind of like lazy, right? Kind of low effort, because they all use the same template, right, to make their characters, so they all kind of look the same. So there's like weird like chibified characters and everything. So like it's a unfortunate coincidence that the art style kind of reminds me of that, And it's not to say that this art style is low effort. It's just it reminds me of another style that is low effort. So that's kind of the prejudice that I have, unfortunately. But it doesn't look bad, If I remove it, if I remove that prejudice from my mind and just judge it by itself, it does look okay. I think it's fine. It's kind of chibified style. I think it works, especially when it gets a little bit more horror, I do like that contrast with a cute aesthetic, but then with like a horror aspect to it, When, for example, when Galatea her like eyes were bleeding, like black water, and like her eyes were like, looking strange, basically, unfocused, and like basically she's a corpse and everything. So that does look cool. In my opinion anyway, I like that, so I don't know, I like that aesthetic anyway. So yeah, I think the art overall is pretty good. Writing is overall okay as well, from a technical aspect anyway, is good. Again, besides my complaints, small complaints, overall I think the plot is good. It's just that, again, I wish it was more focused. Like, trim a little bit of the fat. Anyway, again, that's just my preference. Everyone has different preferences, I feel like. My preference is definitely just prefer like a little bit more just focus on the plot, I don't know. Or I like and more interactions with the Galatea. I feel like that's the main focus, like this whole subplot about, for example, Christopher, right? Christopher being married. I don't know, maybe like different choices might affect it. Like maybe, I went with the cat, maybe like maybe you have different scenes if you answered the last question, or maybe not the last question, but the second last question that Galatea told you. So maybe there are different scenes. I'm not sure. I don't know if I'll go back and, I don't know if I'll go back and explore it all. I imagine it's mostly the same anyway. But I was just thinking, the whole scene of Christopher and everything, and the subplot about them being married and whatnot, it just doesn't seem super relevant. It could be like you could add it in as like a one-off thing, just mention it, but I feel like it just kind of expanded into like a true ending. It's kind of like, we don't really need that though. It's kind of like, I wanted more about like Galatea, right? About that main thing, about like the well and everything, about how, I wish it was more, funnily enough, I wish there was more depth to the whole well demon thing, right? So like, it's not just a random demon that just kills people just for fun, I guess. It could be that way too, it doesn't have to be a redeemable villain necessarily. It could also just be like just some demonic creature. I think that what it is, I think it's like, it's more so, I don't know. I think it's when the demons start talking, I guess, funnily enough, when it started talking by itself instead of through Galatea, that's when I was kind of like, meh. it felt like a cartoon villain at that point. I don't know. I wish it was more like as I mentioned, kind of like an SCP, where it's like it's more mysterious. It's like not explained. It can it can talk through Galateo, but otherwise it can't. So like otherwise it's just a weird like feral demon creature. That would be kind of cool too. I don't know. There's a different directions you could take it, I guess. But anyway, I don't know. I'm rambling too much basically, but I think overall, what feels off to me is that I guess I wish they did more of the horror aspect. I guess because that's what I was interested in. When it was showing horror stuff, that's obviously when I was kind of interested in the story and whatnot. So yeah, more of that and less of the, I don't know, just like happy stuff where it's like, and then we get married. No, I'm just not interested in that. And that's just me though. Anyway, I think I'll stop going in circles, 100 times because I feel like I've repeated myself a million times already. So I think overall though, I think it's pretty good though. I think overall, I want to say though, it's pretty good overall. A solid little like visual novel. But there you go. I guess that's it for Rosetta and the Well. I guess if you want to see more content, then don't forget to click that subscribe button. You can also check out my other playthroughs on the channel. And if you didn't know, I also stream these games live, so you can change your notification setting from personalized to all when you subscribe to get notified when I go live. But there you go. Thanks for watching. Until next time, see you then. There you go. That'll be that. For now, you're hoping for more body horror? There is a bit actually, especially the bad ending. I don't know if you were here. I don't remember actually. But there was one of the bad endings where her legs were all twisted up, I guess. That was the word I was trying to think of anyway. Yeah, her legs were all twisted up. That was a bit of body horror, I guess. It was a bit creepy. How she was being turned into like a corpse puppet, At the time, I didn't know she was being turned into a corpse puppet. I thought she was turned into a mermaid, but it turns out she isn't. She's just being turned into a corpse. Anyway. Well, there you go. So that's it. I don't know. I feel like it's a bit lopsided. I think that's what it is. I feel like there's some kind of romance subplot of the Christopher thing. And her parents, it's just too much, I don't know, extra characters that don't add to the plot, I feel like. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure I'm not a writer. I'm not sure how to do it. Anyway, that's it for that one. I guess I have time to do one more, maybe. Let's see. I guess I'll check out this one. This one's like super short, so I was thinking like, since I have a little bit of time, might as well do this one as well. The other one I wanted to do is something called the Moat Parable, but I'm not sure if I have time to do that one. I guess, I don't know, maybe for next time. I'll do this one. Oral for Shinigami is what it's called. Also, loud music. Just outside in general, in the streets. I don't know. All my neighbors are just partying right now. I don't know why. I don't like it. It's like loud noises, loud music. Hopefully, it isn't going through the microphone. I mean, the SM7B in particular is a dynamic microphone that usually tunes out background noise because it usually, because it requires a lot of gain. You get close to it, and therefore it doesn't pick up background noises as much. Hopefully. Oh well. Let's see. You get invited. Well, if you were invited, I would dislike you because you're like making loud noises. I'm trying to record like gameplay videos for YouTube. I don't know. Anyway, it's so loud. I don't know. Usually, I complain about loud music from my neighbors because they freaking play. I don't know, like a Bluetooth speaker, like in their homes. They max volume, and that's like really annoying because like the sound goes through my walls, and I hear the bass noises. But now it's just I think it's just outside, like in the backyard, right? Like because I live in like a townhouse, like multiple houses. It's like someone's backyard. It was just partying like really really loudly. And I don't know. I guess it's not illegal to do that. It's just annoying. I don't know. I wish I could shoot them with my salt. I want to throw salt at them. That's what I want to do. With my salt shotgun. Not assault, not an assault weapon. That's illegal. Rather, just salt, like actual salt. No. All right. Let's see. I was just thinking. Well, I don't know. I need to go to the washroom real quick. I need to go pee. So hold on. There's no music though. So like, I mean, the stream's gonna end soon. I mean, this game's like really short, but like, I want, I don't know. I want to like go to the washroom real quick. I just want to see like, is there anything I can play in the background real quick? I don't know. Amori OST. Quick. Amori OST. I don't know. Extended OST. Just sure. I'll just put this one on. All right. So I'm gonna go watch him real quick though. So right after I do that, I'll play one more game. It's called 404 Shinigami. It's made by the same developer that made Witch Soup, I guess. I don't know. It looks okay. I don't know if it's any good. It's just very short. I think it's supposed to be funny, but I guess we'll see. Anyway, BRB. I'll just put on some Amori OST real quick, and I'll be back as fast as I can. Bam, 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 bam. Anyway, turn it off. No more Mario OST. All right. BTD. I don't know BTD. Now, that's the thing of acronyms. I don't like acronyms, you know? Not even like just in general. You know, I hate acronyms because you're never sure what they stand for. You know, they can stand for anything. Anyway, let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna do this game again really quickly. Apparently, it's like 5 to 10 minutes, but there's like multiple endings. I don't know how it's gonna work. But anyway, Amori gave you trauma. Well, it's a game about trauma. But let's see. All right. So let me just introduce this game for the video. How would I introduce it? I guess it's about a Grim Reaper. You know, the main character, I don't know why. It reminds, I mean, obviously it's an anime character, but like, it's from like, it reminds me like it reminds me of a character of like from a specific anime, but I don't think I ever watched this. I don't remember what it is. I don't know. It's like reminiscent of some other anime character. I feel like for the longest time, the reason I didn't play this game, by the way, because I thought it was a fan game or like some anime thing. Usually, I don't play fan games for like if it's a fan game for like source material that I'm not really familiar with. There's a lot of games out there on itch.io, by the way, that are like VTuber. Like Hollow Live fan games on itch.io that look really cool. There's like a variety of them, but I'll never play them, or at least I'll never record them anyway, because I don't get any of the references. I feel like I don't know. I just feel like a fraud if I play like Hollow Live fan game, VTuber fan games. Even though the gameplay looks cool, like I don't get any of the references because I don't watch any of those VTubers at all, or like most VTubers I don't watch really. Recently, I got into like some indie VTubers a little bit, but generally speaking, I don't know. I just don't get the whole VTuber thing. So I feel like I don't deserve to make videos of them. Like I don't get any of it. Like I wouldn't understand any of it. I feel like people who watch the video would like they would get the references, then I don't. It's like that'd be weird. I don't know. What about the visual novel? About the AI generated art? I never heard about that. Sounds like the thing. Well, I did play a game. Well, there's an RPG Maker game that was like AI generated, but it was before the AI boom. I feel like it was like before like AI was like a whole thing, or like it was like really realistic. I play like an RPG Maker game that kind of used AI generated art a little bit, but it was like surreal. It wasn't like really like realistic. It's like the art was deliberately like weird looking. Makes some eerie backgrounds apparently. Well, I've seen some content. Like content I've seen a lot on YouTube is like a series being reimagined into something else. Like for example, I don't know, let's say like Dragon Ball Z, but it's in a sci-fi setting, and the AI makes a bunch of art based on that, and like people put it as a YouTube video, I guess. Seems like seems quite like a money maker. It's like it's just random ideas. It's just this thing except reimagined is something else, and then you just put it as a video, and it's like you get a lot of. I'm imagining you monetize that and make a lot of advertising money. I don't know. Seems quite efficient. I feel like at least until the fad goes away, but for now it seems like a lot of people watch those type of videos. Yeah, I never heard of a visual novel with AI generated art. Or are you saying are you saying it doesn't exist yet and it's going to exist? Is what you mean? Like, what do you think about visual novels that have AI generated art? Because I haven't seen one yet. I don't know. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm not sure if there's a specific one that has AI generated art necessarily. I've seen ones with templates. I've seen like low effort visual novels that use like the default templates that I see are a lot, which I don't like because it's so obvious that they're just using like default template. And then that's not to say they can't make a good game. It's just that if an indie developer is using default art, their like visual novel isn't very good because they're just they're just using some default art that looks good, but it's just default art that they took from somewhere and just slap it on, and it's like it usually isn't good. There's a lot of trash out there, by the way. You don't know how much time I spend looking for somewhat decent games, not just on itch.io, but just in general, like Game Jolt or whatever, RPGmaker.net. Like I scrounge around for like any kind of game that looks halfway decent and something that maybe I would like. It's hard, because there's so much trash out there. There's so much bad, like low effort games out there. Just not good, to be honest. There's like, I mean this in the least offensive way possible, because what I mean by that is like really like a low effort one, like literally like someone who slaps on, let's just say like a picture of Sans, Sans from Undertale. They slap it on the thumbnail and it's like Sans game. And it's like, I don't know, it's that, they just like copy and pasted like a random image, put it on their game, and like the description is barely anything, and it's like, I don't know, it's like a random game of Unity or something. And it's like they put like a default skeleton model, and you walk around like a default Unity asset, square foot room or something. I don't know. Like really, really bad ones, you know. They're like super low effort. But yeah, there's a lot of trash out there. Anyway. You know, I'm just browsing Itch.io, by the way. I just found like a random game that looks interesting. I don't know, classmate? Wait a minute. Anyway, I'm stalling for too long. I gotta put that in my notes, by the way. Interesting game to play. Anyway, Grimm's Hollow. I played that. You know, if you look at my channel, you search for Grimm's Hollow. I played that already. There's a lot of games I played. I play a lot of games, indie games already. So if you want to check that out, you can. Grimm's Hollow. Grimm's Hollow was pretty good. Yeah, it's kind of like good. Anyway, I'm a gamer. All right. Okay. I gotta stop stalling. I want to play this game. I want to like make a video out of this. So all right. So let me just disable chat for a little bit, just so I can do the intro. All right. Let's see. How would I introduce this? So I was thinking how I would introduce this in the first place. I guess you're trying to convince a Grim Reaper and everything. Oh yeah, I didn't know. I forgot to change my title. Oops. I should change my title as well. Hold on. I didn't do that yet. What the heck? Okay, so 404 Shinigami. I should really turn on the Omori OST back on. Oh well. Trying to convince a Bishi Grim Reaper not to kill you, I guess is the idea. And then change thumbnail as well to this one. It's a Bishi anime boy, by the way. All right. Trying to convince a Bishi Grim Reaper not to kill you is the premise of the game. You didn't sleep yet? I should get to sleep soon if you can. Anyway, let's see. There's more games to come. This is the last one. I don't want to like trick people, you know. This is the last one. All right. I'm stalling for so long. Sorry. Okay. Hello and welcome to 404 Shinigami, a short little visual novel developed by Patchy, available on Itch.io. And apparently, it's about convincing the Grim Reaper not to take your soul, I guess, you know? And I guess little content warning, this is tagged as horror, so there may be some disturbing elements. I'm not sure if it's like a super scary game or anything, you know? The main character, as you'll see, is just anime boy, but, you know, I guess we'll see. You know, it's tagged as horror, but I'm not really convinced that it's like a really super scary game necessarily. But just in case, viewer discretion is advised. All right, let's start the game. There you go. This is anime boy. It's by the way, it's developed by the same person who made Witch Soup. So that's a game that I played in the past as well. Right. So this guy is named Grim, I guess. Let's see. How do I do like generic anime voice? Oh, hey, you must be. Oh, okay, type your name. I guess I'll say Slider. Slider. Right, Slider. I'm the Grim Reaper. You're dead, by the way. Amazing. Well, almost dead. Any last words? Well, we have some choices. Let's say, just end me, you know, I lived a good life. Just end me. Well, if you insist. Off to eternal rest you go. And thus we die. Okay, the end. This is nice. That's very short. Try again. Okay. All right. So this time, let's say, spare me. Spare the sympathy. Everyone I know is my enemy. No, please spare me. Eh? What makes you think you deserve another chance? Go on and humor me, Slider. Maybe I'll even reconsider. What does that say? Oh, that's hiragana, I think. I'm assuming he's laughing. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha. Oh, okay, it's ah ha ha. That's what that. Do you type in Japanese though? Do you write as ah ha ha? I don't think that's correct though. In Japanese, usually onomatopoeia for like laughter is different, right? I could be wrong. Anyway, after all, I only know how you died, not why you died. Seduce him. Not recommended. How about if I try to, though? Well. Let's take a moment to get to know each other. Okay. What are you up to tonight? Any plans for tonight? Oh, you know, I've got 10 more souls to greet after you. Then another 15 immediately after. Followed by a few more after that. Because there is no daytime. I see. I don't know. I'm deliberately just choosing the wrong choices just to see what happens. Can I call you Pappy? Oh, Daddy, actually. Can I call you Daddy? Which is a word, by the way, is forever ruined because of the sexual connotations. Enjoy your stay in hell. Okay, he didn't enjoy that. He did not like the seduction. As it turns out, we have no Riz. Anyways, try again. Let's tell a heroic tale. Well, the reason I died is that I saved a dog from getting ran over. How heroic of you. What happened? Well, I was heading to work and then I backed out the driveway. I was backing out my driveway and then I hit something. It was a neighbor's skateboard. And ahead, another car was backing out near a dog. So I got out quickly and leapt in. So you got hit instead? Yes. And died? Yes. By a slow-moving car? Yes. I see now. I think you deserve another shot after all, Slider. Alright, I'll see you in a month or so. Thank you very much. Wait. Oh wait, so the implication is that that we're gonna die anyway in the month. All right, so that's like one thing. So we tell him the heroic tale again. What about if we're more convincing, maybe? Because you know the way we described it wasn't so convincing. Let's say this time a car sped down the road. A car was speeding, and then it hit the dog. Had the same license plate my car had too. Wait a minute. The person looked familiar as well. G, which means staring. Oh my god, I hit that dog. Enjoy your stay in hell. Alright, well, we die again, I guess. Oh, don't die, but you know, we get sent to hell. Alright, let's try again. Let's tell a sob story this time. Well, it's quite tragic, you see. I was murdered by a hobo. Huh, how on earth did that happen? I wanted his fries. Ah, so what happened? Okay. I wanted his french fries. So I simply killed him. I simply attacked him, I guess. Obviously, I tried to snatch them. Really now? Yeah, but then he offered. Well, isn't that sweet of him? It was. Then he killed me for eating his fries. I see. This was certainly an entertaining way of determining your status, Slider. Oh well, I'm still gonna rape you. Little rat. That'll be nice and direct you to... But I'll be nice and direct you to heaven instead. Enjoy your stay. Oh. Alright, at least we go to heaven. You know, instead of going to Helltaker, where we have to do a bunch of block puzzles to seduce demon girls, we're gonna go to heaven instead. There's a Heaven Taker. You know? Anyway. Okay, so let's try again. You're not you when you're hungry. Let's see. So let's tell another sob story. Again. Let's say we asked him this time instead of attacking him. I asked politely for his fries. He said no. Ah, that's unfortunate. So I attacked him. Oh, okay. Damn shame. What do you say? What do you say? Damn. What? The game automatically skips it. So damn shame. Damn shame. Oh, no wait. Hold on. Damn shame he had that knife. Oh, that's what it said. Okay. Damn shame he had that knife. I see. Well, enjoy your stay in hell. Alright, well. That also leads to a bad end. And, you know, in terms of finally enough choosing the option to not attack the hobo means we attack the hobo and then we go to hell. Okay, good. Alright. So, okay, let's see. So it seems like, yeah, there's 2 variations for each of the choices. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. How many endings are there, by the way? There's apparently 5 endings. So I'm assuming each ending is kind of like There's the ending where we just, accept our fate. There's the ending we tell a sob story, but we go to heaven. We go to top story, but we go to hell. We tell a heroic tale, but we also get sent to hell, or we tell a heroic tale and then I don't know. I'm not sure how it works actually. The description says 5 endings, but there seems to be more than 5 endings, unless the different ways we get the endings are the same, I guess. I'm not sure. So maybe the part where he says, and then you'll be sent to hell or whatever, is just all one ending. In that case, it'd be like, if we deduce that that's just the game overs, I guess. Maybe we don't count those. So in that case, it'd be 1, 2 for each, and then 3 for the first one, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to count all the endings. Anyway, all right, let's try seducing him again, even though it's not recommended. well, let's take a moment to get to know each other. Let's tell me about yourself. You seem interesting, so want to tell me about yourself? I finish off wavering souls, or I save them, depending on my mood. Well, instead of calling him daddy, I guess, maybe we just say, you don't have to rape me? Is this really necessary, raping me? Unless you convince me otherwise, yes, it's my job. Get me out, damn it. You think I like being here? I'm gonna complain to your manager. Where's your manager? You stingy cyclops. Anger, sadness, resentment, hell, even defeat. I see it all. But you're so entertaining too. I haven't met anyone like you. Well, I'm just stalling. I was just wasting as much time as I could. I had a feeling. But you really did get me there. Oh well, I'm still gonna rape you, little rat. But I'll be nice to direct you to heaven instead. Enjoy your stay. Oh, okay. So we just go to heaven anyway. I feel like that's the ending where you got though. How about say, isn't there any other way? Please, isn't there any other way? I don't want to die so soon. Please have some compassion. Please. I've heard this begging more times than I can count. It's getting old. It's getting really old. Enjoy your stay in hell. Okay, we just die anyway. So that's still death. How about if I say, so get me out, damn it. So say this already. And then, let's learn about each other. Why don't we get to know about each other better? Even if I'll be reaped in the end, you seem like you use a friend. Don't need one. Are you sure? Want a hug? Come here, let's hug. Don't you dare touch me. I'll send you to a place as far away from me as possible. Enjoy your stay in hell. Alright, obviously, yeah, okay. That's what happens when you try to hug. That's what happens when you try to hug an introvert. Just randomly, by the way. It's true, you get sent to hell. Alright, so let's say you're not so bad. You're not all that bad. I bet you must get a lot of trouble from doing your job. I understand you. Mean that? Yes. Now, I just don't want to send you to heaven or hell. So I can live then? Wait, I know. You can live in this realm with me for all eternity. Isn't that a great idea? Let's spend eternity together forever, friend. Good. Okay, so that's the yandere ending, we became good friends with him. There you go. So again, very short game. I feel like I did all the choices though. Is there any other is there any other differences in the outcomes? It feels like it's either we go to hell, or get raped and go to hell, or we get raped and get sent to heaven. I guess there's the one where I guess we don't get raped, but we return a month later. So that's the one with the car, I guess. I don't know if you count the one where we just give up at the very beginning, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure we count that one. I'm not sure if that's different, but maybe. If we count that one, then the 5th ending would be the one where obviously we become best friends with him, I guess, and stay with him for all eternity. Maybe it's the idea. But there you go. Again, very short, very not much to it. But it's just a little fun little game. So even though its tag is horror, I guess it's not really that scary. Really, it's meant to be just silly. Just double checking that comment section. If there's any other like, guides that mention any specific endings I can get. I don't think so. 4 tries get the good ending, apparently. There's actually more than 5 endings. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the endings have the same outcome, though, is the thing. That's just what I was thinking. That most of it's the same anyway. Okay. I'm assuming that's it. Drink some water. Again, very short, though. Okay. I'll just give my final, this is what I usually do in the video. Just give my final thoughts. There you go. So I think I got a lot of the endings. I'm not entirely sure. The game doesn't really track it, and a lot of the outcomes are very similar. The story page says there's 5 endings, but it seems like there's more. I'm not sure. I don't know if it counts like specific endings as the same. But I'm assuming, I guess the true ending, quote unquote, is the one where you become best friends with the Grim Reaper. There you go. Again, very short, not much to say. The main draw is just the freaking like Grim Reaper be shonen anime boy. But there you go. So relatable to attack a hobo for some French fries. I don't know about that. Why would you do that? That's insane. Why can't you just get some French fries on your own? Anyway, but there you go. Yeah, not much to say really. It's just again very short. Has a lot of like very short endings to it. With different multiple outcomes, and it's just mostly silly. I guess it's very similar to the developers of the game. Witch Soup, I guess, where it's just like just an anime boy. It's just like very a lot of game overs, I guess. As you try to like not get yourself killed by the anime boy. Yeah, there you go. Not much to say. Again, it's just it's just like it really is just an excuse to draw the developer's OC, which is like again just like a Bishi character. Yeah, that's it. Really, yeah. Again, usually I talk more, but like again because it's so short, there's not much to say. So there you go. So that's it for Shinigami 404. So if you want to see more content, then don't forget to click that subscribe button. You can also check out my other playthroughs and channel. If you haven't yet, you can also check out the developers of the game, which was Witch's Soup, if you're interested. And if you didn't know, I also stream these games live, so you can also change your notification settings from personalized to all when you subscribe if you want to get a notification of when I go live. But there you go. Thanks for watching. Until next time, see you then. All right, there you go. You drive over a dog for some fries. What do you... Stop role-playing as like Patrick Bateman from American Psycho. Stop pretending to be psychopaths. Anyway, I guess that's it. I don't know. There's not much to do. I think it's been about 4 hours. I started a bit late though, so that's why I started at 12:45. But it has been 4 hours. Let me just turn on Omori OST again. But there you go. I think that'll be it for today. I'm gonna put a little end screen. Let me just say my schedule is Saturday and Sunday. Usually around noon Eastern time, but I start a little bit late these days. I don't know, my sleep schedule is horrible. But usually after, around noon Eastern time. So tomorrow I'll be playing some more games as well, I think. I haven't played another game that I was planning on playing was the Moat Parable. And maybe something else. I guess we'll see. I'm not sure what will fill an entire stream. I guess we'll see. Maybe I have to find some other short games to play. It's already hard enough, to find the games I already found today. So I guess we'll see. But there you go. Yeah. Thanks for watching. Thanks for coming by. I guess until next time, I'll see you around. See ya, gamers. Okay. All right. Bye bye.